We are jumping into some Shadow Knight gaming today. What up, Dreamt? How you doing? We've been playing a lot of Warrior, Shaman, Necro. Today we're going to be doing SK Shaman, Necro. We're going to see if it's any better. I just started... We kind of swapped over to some different gear. Because I can't use the Warrior armor, so we swapped to mostly Shadow Knight armor, a couple Shaman pieces too to fill in the gaps, but it's I feel like it's almost as good as the Warrior gear was. It is close enough. Gonna be using the same weapons. Checking to see if the abilities are all checked here. Okay. We don't have Kick anymore, but we do have Reeve. So I need to get the spell bar set up next. I'm going to check and see what kind of permanent buffs this build has. So this is interesting because we now have Vampiric Embrace from both Shadow Knight and Necro, but the Necro version is worse. So we'll see which one it casts. I'm trying to think if there were any Shadow Knight permanent buffs that aren't shared with Necro. I think they're all the same. Let's take a look. We got, yeah, Grimara. Okay, Rage is Shaman. Scream of Death is Shadow Knight only. We're not going to be using that, though. That's the AoE one. Call of Bones. This is Necro. And then there should be, yep, Banshee Aura. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's all of them. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that Shadow Knight gets the Necro doesn't get, except for the AoE life tap, but that one will override the single target, so we're not going to use it. Okay, let's throw the pet on here. And the pet haste. And then we'll go ahead and save this as a new slot. This should be a different loadout. I'm kind of borrowing the Magician loadout for this. We had an SK Shaman Magician originally when I was leveling this build. But swapping Mage in for Necro now. Currently playing SK Necro Shaman. Feel it's somewhat lacking, considering going Warrior, Necro Shaman, or Paladin. Yeah, I think Paladin is probably the best. I don't know what Bard would really bring to the table. I feel like Bard would be a lot of overlap. Vox D4 and Nag D4 are easy peasy. Shadow Knight gets one promised heal clicky from quests. Yeah, you can get it from being a Paladin too, though, right? Okay, got all our permanent buffs ready to go. Now, as far as regular buffs, I don't think we have a single Necromancer buff, so this should mostly be the same. Although some of these spells I'm probably not high enough to memorize, because either one was a level 50 build. Bard would bring a second slow source on top. Why would you need a second slow? Extra mana regen. Yeah, it brings a little bit of mana regen. I don't know if spending a whole class for that is going to be worthwhile, though. I think having a tank is going to be way more valuable. I mean, just having defensive stance alone seems more valuable. I did miss out on having a lull as well. Yeah, I felt that. You get a little bit of lull undead, but yeah, I definitely felt that missing. the ability to just split poles in general. I've been like snaring things and then pulling them apart and feigning death, and it's a lot more work than just hitting something with a lull. Okay, what buff normally goes here? Let's see, strength stam, dex, agility, inner fire. This should be shifting shield, I think. Okay, perfect. 2 full rows. That's what we expect. Now we got to get the actual boss killing bar working. It's possible to remove the illusion portion of the Necro mana regen buff. You can. Yeah, that is one of the illusions you can remove. We just clicked it off. I don't know if you were watching a second ago, but as soon as we put the buff on, I turned into a skeleton, and then you can just click the skeleton off, and we still have the buff right here. Call of Bones. Eventually, at a couple more levels, we'll get the final version, which is called Lich. Okay, so for fear, do I still have my instance from yesterday? I don't think we do. I think it times out. I think we got to start over, which is unfortunate. Okay, let me think of how I want to do this. I got to move some of these things around so that they match what I had before. Heart Flutter, we can now, yeah, I guess I did have a couple Shadow Knight spells. We can definitely just replace this with the Necromancer versions now. We want Assistally. Okay, we got Slugs, we got Superior Healing. Those are both good. Here we will put Scent of Darkness. And then we also want Malazement on the bar. Is that the wrong spot? That's the wrong spot. We're going to put that somewhere else. I think I might have moved these keys around a little bit compared to the other build. I end up confusing myself. What did I have on Q? We had some kind of dot here. Depending on the fight, probably Chilling Embrace. Okay, and then we'll put my other Poison Venom of the Snake here. For Khazak-Thul, we don't use fire dots. I think we can use Magic, Disease, and Poison. We probably don't have the mana to do all those. I had Chloroplast on the bar so that I could recast it in case it gets ripped off by boiling blood. We might get a different Khazak-Thul today, so we'll see if that's still needed or not. We've got Slow, we've got Dispel. What else do I need, boys? What else do I need? Eventually, this will be Plague right here. These will be our 2 main dots. Don't really need any direct damage. I guess, oh, you know what? I wasn't using this last time, but there is a spell that we could use against CT that we couldn't use against any. Insidious Retrogression. Yeah, let's put that on there. Okay, and then we'll put Malazement here. And then I think that's the builds. Okay. Hopefully that's good. I am probably going to have to put a snare on, though, depending on... I think it's going to make me like a whole fresh We do not want D0. We want D4. Ooh, I can use Unholy Steed now. Actually, crazy useful in Plane of Fear. What up, Krillin? How you doing? Not sure what's better in the anti-evasion tanking or defensive tanking. Defensive is about twice as efficient. So, in longer fights, it's usually a no-brainer. Defensive is better. What's up, Tar Heels? Very bright Plane of Fear. I do love the red sky in this zone, dude. It's so freaky. Okay, so... yep, everything is respawned. How do we want to do this? I'm mounting up and running. Oh, God. I'm mounting up and running again. The aggro radius in this zone is massive, so we might immediately grab something. Okay. Looks like we are doing just fine. Did they make this a toggle yet? Oh, that's so good if they make that a toggle. Whole game is fixed if they make Unholy Steed a toggle. Okay, we got these two. We're going to have to snare one of these. Let's see. Defensive stance. Okay. Let's over channel. I'm going to drop... actually, I guess I can just use Insidious Retrogression as my snare. That works. So this is going to pull the mini. And yeah, this is the one part of the build that I would say is like the biggest weakness so far. The fact that we have to do all this goofy split pulling. Although it is easier with the horsey. We pulled Fright as well, so we need to see Fright fall off the lists. The bosses in D4 run really fast. So, okay, we lost Frights. Terror's almost here. We got Fright again. Maybe we get the Nightmare. If not, the goal here is really just to grab the other mob. Yep, we got them both. Actually, I can work with this. We lost the ad. Okay. Okay. Ow. Brother, that is a lot of damage. My goodness. I might be nuking myself too hard with Reeve. Might have to turn that off for these splits. I tried to sneak a poison in there, but it got resisted. We can't slow Terror, so this is like the hardest one to handle. If I get this thing low enough, we can just bop it with a harm touch. Also, I need to get the parser going. Oh, he hit me with negation of life. No wonder. Warrior Berserker. Okay, so Terror must have multi-classed into a Shadow Knight or a Necro. Unless he's always that. Is he always that? Warrior, Shadow Knight. I don't know what his base class is. He's Shadow Knight and Necro? Okay, let me see if I can get healthy enough for a Cannibalize. Otherwise, we're just going to have to feign. I need to stick my pet on his pets. Oh, these dots are brutal. You see why we play dot builds? That is so strong. I think we get a feign. Well, he's out of mana. Hold on. Might be possible. Let me get into recovery. Get into recovery and start turtling. He rips off chloroplasts. We do probably need to put chloroplasts in the bar. He rips off chloroplasts with boiled blood, which is a bug. It's a very annoying bug. Okay, if I'd swapped to recovery a little sooner, probably would have had an easier time here. Yeah, Necro is like our worst enemy because there's two effects. Insidious Retrogression will rip off my Shaman permanent, and Boiling Blood will rip off Chloroplast, so it's like two bugs from one class. Okay, is this salvageable? I'm just gonna faint. We killed the ad. Let's just get healthy and try again. Did Frighter Terror Death Touch player in solo D4? No, there's no death touching on EQL. Kazakh is relatively easy to dot up as a shaman. He is, yeah. I think the fire dots are the only ones I really had an issue with. But you can hit him with poison, magic, and disease pretty consistently, it seems. That poor horse. That horse clearly started it. I don't want to hear any sympathy for the horse. I'm still in combat with this guy? Okay. There we go. You slug healing a lot? Yeah, that's like one of the strongest tools Shaman has. It's kind of new, too. They didn't always have it. What advantages do you have to go SK over War when you already have Necro in your trio? It's really just two things. It's Reeve for extra DPS. And then, theoretically, Shadow Knight has the better life tap. Although... yeah, there it is, 194. So if we were Necro only, this Vampiric Embrace would do like 60-something. The Vampiric Embrace is about 3 times stronger when you use it on SK. Even though it's the same spell. So, kind of a... I don't know, kind of a little secret there, I guess. But that's pretty much it. And then better weapons. SK has better weapon choices than Warrior does. Warrior weapons in Classic are actually kind of B tier. You got Paladin, Shadow Knight, and Monk all have like clearly better weapon choices than the Warrior. To some extent, maybe even Ranger. Yeah, the Warrior one-handers. The Warrior two-handers are pretty solid, but the Warrior one-handers are actually kind of like behind a lot of the other melee classes. Okay, so we need to re-chloro. Oh, I already have it memorized. Where? Interesting. I think something else should be here. I don't remember what. I might be missing a spell. I know what we're missing. We're missing, yeah, okay. On the other build, I did this. That's what happens when we have too many classes and only 2 loadouts. I did, yeah, Togor's here, and we did Incapacitate. There we go. Okay. Let's recast Alacrity next. Sleeper Dragon was only defeated once in 2003 when 3 guilds band together to take him down. That's a hard dragon. Can't get that in WoW for sure. Yeah, I don't think there's any bosses in WoW that were only killed once. Odium Poison Pet usually takes care of one ad without looking at it. I was mostly just trying to take care of my health there. Hope they add Sleeper, make him stupid hards. Yeah, I think there should be some stupid hard content in each expansion, to be honest. Even if it doesn't even drop gear, if there was just like a bonus boss you could kill for an achievements, no loot at all, just something for like, you know, losers like me to progress on when we're beating everything else, that would be super satisfying. Okay, now we need the Shaman permanent buff, which also gets ripped off. Ugh. Hope they fix that before launch. My theory is that if I complain about it enough on stream, then they'll fix it. What do you guys think about that theory? SK War Monk plus Necro and Shaman. What's the analysis? SK Warrior Monk. SK Warrior Monk is going to be lacking a lot of the utility that you need. You're going to be chunking a lot of health with Reeve, and your Monk and Warrior Sustain is not going to be enough to keep you alive. So you got to stick Shaman in there somewhere. I don't necessarily think it matters too much which of those classes you replace with Shaman. You could do Warrior Monk Shaman. You could do SK Monk Shaman. You could even do Warrior SK Shaman. Any of those would be solid. One of the Shaman Monk combos plus tank is probably the best version of that build. I don't think it matters too much, honestly, which tank you pick. Whichever one you like the best. From a purely min-maxing point, I don't know. With Monk, I was going to say Paladin's probably the strongest, but with Monk, maybe not, because you're probably going to run into mana issues. So, Warrior or SK might be a little bit better in that situation. Usually I like to go with Paladin, though, for most builds. Considering putting both Hots, Slugs, and the slow one on my bar. Oh, to like slow your attack speed, too? Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing a lot of white damage right now, so early game, that might be a pretty good strategy. Eventually, we're going to be trying to pump with melee damage, especially if we do the warrior version. But early game, under geared, if those two, I haven't tested if those stack. If those stack, that could actually be kind of a insane amount of healing. Okay, we'll have a DPS meter for the next one. At 50, would you rather have dual wields with Warrior plus Puma, even though your ratio aren't good? You have 2 weapons. Plus you have the Warrior regen AA. I don't know if having 2 weapons matters for Puma. Procs in this game are kind of weird. They're based on like a proc per minute system, so swinging more often doesn't actually get you more procs. It might be the case that having dual wields does get you more procs than just having a main hand. I honestly don't know the specifics of that. Maybe someone in chat knows. Read that message, they are running Necro Shaman and want to know what to do the third with it. Oh, and literally anything in the game. Necro Shaman's so strong, dude. Literally anything in the game, and it's good. I think the best thing to pair it with is a tank, and you can pair it with any tank. Paladin's probably the best one, because you have enough mana from the Necro. Been enjoying Enchanter, War, Druid, but it will it work for D4 endgame? It'll work if you charm. If you aren't charming, it'll still work. Yeah, it'll still work. Warrior, Enchanter plus any healer will work in D4. You might have to get a little bit of gear. You'll have no problem with D4 dragons. You might need a little gear to do D4 planes, but you'll have no problem with D4 dragons, and you'll eventually be able to do D4 everything with a little gear. Tank, shaman, anything, or tank, enchanter, healer. Both of those like concepts can do all the content in the game pretty comfortably right now without even gearing too much. Pally doesn't have enough DPS. Pally has pretty good DPS as far as all the tanks go. Smite is pretty juicy if you have the mana for it. It's not necessarily trying to be focused on DPS, though. You're getting the DPS from the other two, and the Paladin's just giving you some DPS and then very much keeping you alive. SK Shaman Enchanter. SK Shaman Enchanter would be extremely strong. Yeah, any tank plus Shaman Enchanter would be strong. It's very similar to Shaman Necro. Main hand would be the same as two-hand. Offhand is 50% of the rate, so you do get more for dual. Okay. Are we confirmed that that's how it works on EQL? Because I never know what stuff is like true for Classic and TLPs, but not true for EQL. That's why I'm always like hesitant to comment on that unless it's actually been tested. What approach would you take with Warrior to do good damage? Depends on who you're pairing it with, but dual wield for sure. Dual wield is typically going to be more damage than two-handing, unless you just happen to loot like a really good two-hander and you haven't found good dual-wielding weapons yet. Your two-hander needs to be about twice as good as your one-hander, which sounds sounds obvious, I guess, but your two-hander needs to be a lot better than your dual wield setup to actually out damage it. And generally, two-handers just aren't that much better. They're usually about like 50 to 70% better. They're not 100% better. So usually dual wielding is the way to go. Should be able to get just terror here. At least we got a lot of room to run around. Look how friggin' fast I am, dude. This is so funny. Dude, can you fire a bow from horseback? I wonder if we could do some like mounted archer nonsense with like paladin ranger. Has anyone tried firing a bow from a horse? You could attack melee. I wonder if you can fire a bow. I mean, I'm sure he would start summoning if we were actually bopping him like this, but yeah, I think I need more distance. Let's run. I'm just gonna hold W and see if he disappears from the target list. Oh, he resisted the snare. That's why it's not working. Okay. I need to pay more attention. Well, in that case... Oh, God. I pulled more. What a disaster. Let's loop back this way. And I need to just feign. Which is not on my bar. Okay, wait. Might have saved it. Where's Terror? Is he still after me? I lost him? Can I memorize a spell while on a horse? Whoa, that's kind of busted. Don't want to go Pally for the Flame Sword? That is also a big part of it, yeah. Arguably the best fashion. Plus, I just think it has the best kit. Paladin Monk Enchanter seems to be very viable. Paladin Monk Enchanter is, like, possibly the best build in the game. Overall. Yeah, it's insanely strong. Warrior's tanky, okay damage, but not great. Enchanter is good pet, slowing, great mana. Druid can heal well and has decent dots. Yeah, Druid, I do see Druid as more of a leveling class. I think for raiding, Cleric and Shaman are kind of just better. Shaman's definitely better. But you can make Druid work. Okay, that time he actually did get snared. Should be able to split him now. Playing Paladin, Shaman, Monk, and fights take forever. Fights on D4 take forever no matter what build you have. Are you pretty geared yet? What do we mean by forever? How long is forever? Don't need a full tank. Ranger, Shaman, Enchanter is top tier. So is Monk, Shaman, Enchanter. You definitely don't need a full tank, but it does help when you're under-geared. Having a proper tank will get you into D4 faster than... Man, I'm running too far, I guess. I was doing this on foot before. I guess the horse is too much. What if we just do some hit and runs on him? And I'll put my pet on him too. I don't know if the other bosses will react to the pet hitting him. Oh, did my pet aggro? Oh, my pet's getting okay. No, nobody liked it. Everybody hated that. It's funny that the bosses react to my pet hitting one of the ads. It's also funny how easy it is to kite on this horse. I don't think Reeve works on the horse. I think everything else will, though. I don't know, maybe Reeve is. Maybe I should test it again. Okay, I somehow managed to re-aggro Terror. I think that's fine. It would be a little bit easier if I had my pet, though. Oh, he's a friggin' cleric. Okay, hold on. Okay, we did not re-aggro the boss. We're fine. Or did we? Terror's pet is on me? I don't know what to make of that. If I hit his pet, is he gonna come? He does. Okay, sure. We can't debuff Terror, so... Now he's not aggroed again. He's not sure. Terror is not sure if he's fighting me or not. This is so funny, just watching me go back and forth. Okay, he's probably just going to resummon that thing. I need to resummon mine too. What is the final boss for the classic expansion contents? Most people consider Eye of Vishan, the end boss of Plane of Sky, to be the final boss. In this version, it kind of depends. Like, technically, you can do difficulty 4 Plane of Sky, but there's not really a reason to. So, like, in terms of actual loot and progression, the final bosses are D4 Kazakh Thul and D4 Inaruk. I think D4 Kazakh is the toughest one. But probably D4 Eye of Vishan is harder. There's just, like, no incentive to fight D4 Vishan. So a lot of people stop at D4 Kazakh. NE used to be the hardest, but they made him easier. Kazakh's harder now. Earlier, Lich would stack with Clarity. I know. I was gonna play Necro Enchanter together, just like how you're describing Paladin, Necro, and Enchanter. I was really leaning towards that, but when I found out they didn't stack, it was like, it's kind of a bummer. I mean, you could still make an argument because Clarity is not all of the mana regen that the enchanter gets. You still get like 4 or 5 regen just for being an enchanter, and you get Wandering Mind, which is another 6. So you're only losing out on like the 7 mana regen from Clarity. I think it would still be a pretty strong build. It's hard to leave Shaman out because Shaman is so overpowered in so many ways. Warrior Ranger Shaman is 38 and it's been blasting. Paladin Monk Shaman might be a fun combo with Sky Weapons, Min plus Lay on Hands. Yeah. Shaman plus Monk plus anything is gonna do incredibly well. Tracking is nice, yeah. Based off your testing, which D4 combo pumps the hardest? Well, we're only doing level 46 right now. I haven't pushed this build all the way to 50 yet, so I can't say for sure. But I suspect that the strong, in terms of like raw, just like max potential DPS, when all is said and done, it's probably going to be something like Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter with a charmed D4 pet. Maybe even something like Monk, Shaman, Enchanter for a little bit more melee DPS, although I do think Smite is pretty juicy, so especially with the Enchanter buffs boosting your mana pool. Currently running Warrior Bard Cleric to tank as a duo, curious for solo builds. Yeah, Warrior Bard Cleric works for solo. That was kind of the meta build last beta. It's just slow. It's just kind of slow. That's why people have started theory crafting more aggressive builds like this one. Chloro. Okay, he ripped off Chloro again. Can fix that. Alright. Once we kill this boss, the rest of Planet Fear is not too bad. This is the sweatiest one right here. Shaman is the best single class in the game at in-game. Only thing Shaman isn't great at is the early levels. Yeah, Shaman doesn't bring a whole lot to leveling. Once you get to like level 34 or something, and you get 37, you get Venom of the Snake. This spell is crazy strong for getting those last 13 levels. You get some other stuff along the way too. I mean, you get like haste if you're a melee class, which is big. But you can get it earlier on other classes. But yeah, in the game, Shaman is the most overpowered thing in the game. I mean, I don't think anything really even comes close. Necro Shaman goes fast. Dots is 400 to 500 DPS. Yeah, but like 350 of that is the Shaman. You don't actually need the Necro for much of your... The Necro is increasing your overall dot DPS by like 20%. It's good, but is it better than like slotting in an Enchanter and charming a D4? Almost certainly not. I don't know why I tried to cast Odium on him. I know that's not going to work. He's completely, like, giga resistant to magic. Reeve should actually help with this fight. I'm in balance stance. What am I doing with my life? No wonder he's hitting me so hard. I do think they need to make this a little... Maybe I should just switch to the other UI. I think it's easier to see. Resistant Venom of the Snake. Resistant Venom of the Snake. Let's hit him with Scent of Darkness, maybe? Resistant Scent of Darkness. Goodness, brother. This boss. This boss is where it was when you wish you had Monk in the builds. Okay, I'm gonna spam heals and do a cannibalize. Oh, we have Mage Hunter now. Oh, that's so huge. That's actually one of the biggest advantages over Warrior that I didn't mention earlier. We can do this. Mage Hunter. Canny. Canny. There we go. Back to defensive. So Canny only hit me for 960. In defensive stance, it hits you for like 1560. So we saved 600 HP there. Pretty nice. Okay, I guess I'm just going to try to overchannel some of these. Should be able to hit him with Sense. There we go. This goes to show you how overpowered slow is. As soon as I fight something that I can't slow, it's like the hardest fight in the game. Okay, now we're landing some poisons. And Cannibalize is already up. That's an exploit. It's not supposed to be up already. I didn't do it on purpose. It does it automatically. It exploits automatically, you guys. I cannot be blamed. I will say, so far, just on the minis, Warrior does feel stronger. I think it just... Reeve is kind of expensive. Alright, I'm gonna Candy again to speed this up, don't tell me. You can switch stances mid-cast, too. That's crazy. You can't switch invocations mid-cast, but I guess you can with stances. it's already That's so funny, dude. Cannibalize has like a 30-second cooldown when you combine it with Shadow Knight. It's so funny. Do you guys think they're gonna fix it? I guess we'll find that on Tuesday. Alright, I'm out of everything. I might actually kind of be in trouble here. Do they have to give him so much health? Alright, we're good, we're good. We're good, or are we? My dots are all wearing off. I hit him with one more Venom, probably. Nah, we can just kill him with Reeve. Okay. My goodness, what an ordeal. Hey, look, I got a greater potential. I don't know which one that is. Is that level 7? 6. I guess I didn't set that to auto store. Upgrade to my gloves. Hell yeah, dude. Now we got +5 slime gloves. Prince will tell you forever is a very long time. Benefit of Shaman Monk is that you have Min plus Canny AA. Yeah. You can do that with Paladin too, though. Lay on Hands plus Canny is pretty cool. Didn't have any trouble D4 anything with Ranger, Shaman, and Chanter. Ranger underrated, both damage and tankiness. In a lot of builds, yeah. Combined with Shaman and Enchanter, I'm not sure. Because, I mean, the Warrior's clearly tankier. Does Ranger have more melee DPS than Warrior on its own? I mean, they both have the same triple attack. Ranger might have slightly more offense. They both have like the same amount of dual wield. I think their weapon choices are kind of in the same neighborhood. Let's see. Ranger has, yeah, the same double attack score as Warrior. It has the same offense skill as Warrior, the same triple attack, the same one-hand slashing. None of the Ranger skills are higher than the Warrior except for archery. So, I don't know. Same dual wield as Warrior. Less dodge, less defense, less parry, less riposte. So in that sense, it's like... It has the extra attack AAs and it has strike through. So in that sense, it has more offense. Is it enough to slot in over Warrior? I feel like if you're not using the bow, Warrior's kind of just bringing more to the table. Seems like everyone was calling Bard OP a couple weeks ago. That seems to have fallen off. I think that Shaman is just so strong right now that it kind of eclipses most of the stuff that Bard is good at. But Bard is still great for leveling. Pal Necro Bard would stack. Yeah, I mean, it works. It just, again, Shaman's just like so much better. That's why. Why Bard's not seeing as much at endgame. SK Necro Shaman kills about everything until you come to these fear groups. They're very hard to brute force. Yeah, it's going to be one of the strongest builds in the game for sure. Wish Shaman had better levels with the Candy spell. Candy AA is nice. Yeah, the regular Candy, I wonder if they're going to let us make it better with spell upgrade, because right now the spell upgrade doesn't seem to do much. What would you charm if fighting Interrupt, for example? Interrupt is the hardest boss to get a charm against. The best thing you can charm in a Interrupt instance is a Gargoyle, but you're only going to get a Gargoyle like a quarter of the time. So beyond that, I don't know, honestly. You could do, well, actually, it's better now, because now you can level up a lure, and you can charm higher level stuff. So you could charm the, what are they called? The Servants of Interrupt or whatever. Champions of Interrupt, you can charm those guys now. I haven't tried it, but it's an option. Other than that, it kind of just depends on what mobs you get. But yeah, the Gargoyle's by far the best one. Some of the other mobs are okay pets. Some of them are like impossible. Like if you get the Golems, those are impossible to use as charm pets. Change the font color and your stances for red. You'll see which stance you're in much clearer. The font color changes this bar here. Mage Hunter is from SK, not Warrior. Yeah, Warrior doesn't get it. SK versus Paladin for Shaman Enchanter. For that build, I would go Paladin for sure, because you have enough mana for it. Mage Hunter prevents candy damage? Yeah. Unclear if it's intended or not, because, I mean, it does say it's unresistible, but at the same time, like, other unresistible nukes can get resisted by Mage Hunter too, because it's not resist, it's like reduction, so it's probably here to stay. No, the Knights don't get triple. The Warrior's the only tank that gets triple. But you can combine it with another melee class and unlock triple. The Shadow Knight and melee, sorta, I consider them tanks. Yeah, they're both. They're definitely not a melee DPS. But, the tanks do, you know, they do bring a respectable amount of damage. Need to try the HOTS. I'm using the HOTS the whole time, bro. You can see them on the bar. What spell should a Paladin Necro Shaman have in first spell slot? For Spellblade? I don't think you'll use Spellblade at all in that build. You'll be in recovery stance pretty much the entire time because you're going to get so much mana regen from Lich that doubling that with recovery is going to be an insane value. The only time you'll drop out of recovery is if you need to overchannel to get your dots off, or if you need to invert, if you're like in a desperate situation, you need like a really fast heal or something. Or if you're just trying to spam your spells against something that has low resist, you can use inversion. But 90% of the time, you're going to be just chilling in recovery. You're never going to use Spellblade. Life tap if you're sent on Spellblade, but it's kind of bad. I would, if you are going to Spellblade, I wouldn't use life tap. I would use probably some kind of DD, like one of the Shaman cold nukes or something. I guess you have to use kind of like mid-level spells for Spellblade, or else it never goes off. Or just a heal. You could put like a mid-level heal on there too. If you use superior heal, it never procs, but you could use like greater heal on Spellblade. It's not good though. Just use recovery stance. It's way better. High-end melees will out-damage spells unless they fix something later. It depends. I mean, you can upgrade spells now too, so they both scale. Melees aren't the only ones who scale anymore. High-end dots get pretty ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, at that point, it doesn't matter too much, right? Like, by the time you've got +8 spells or +8 gear, either one, you're going to be slaughtering in-game bosses, so I don't think it matters too much. If that bug existed live, SK over Warrior all day. Yeah, if they don't fix the cannibalize bug, then this is easily the best. Like, Shaman Shadow Knight is easily the best combo in the game. Nothing else comes remotely close. But I'm assuming they're going to fix it. Ranger does more damage, does strike through, which makes a big difference on bosses. It doesn't make as big of a difference as you might think. If you actually like look at the parse. How often do you think you're getting parried by a boss? No played as Ranger? Yeah, I really like Ranger if you're combining it with another melee. But if you're combining it with 2 casters... I would for sure go Warrior. I mean, you could do Ranger. I'm not saying it won't work. But I just feel like Warrior is clearly better in that scenario. You'd much rather just have way more tankiness. Even if you're doing like 10% less melee damage, like who cares? Most of your damage is spells anyways. You're not going to notice a difference. You are going to notice the difference in survivability though. Ranger has no defensive stance? Yeah, getting defensive stance is game changing. It also has enhanced endurance. No, not in that combo because you're already getting the endurance from Shaman. So the Ranger's not bringing any more endurance. All the Ranger is bringing is a higher attack bonus, a 30% strike through, and some mid-level druid spells, which you'll probably never use because you've got shaman spells and necro spells. Don't you have to be always on your toes for a charm pet? Sometimes. Depends on the zone. Yeah. If you're charming like a end game fire giant or ice giant, it'll probably break a couple times throughout the fight. It won't be breaking constantly. If you're in Plane of Fear, it's kind of depends on what you get. If you get like a Scareling, those are really strong, but they break semi-often. If you get something like a Shiverback, extremely strong, hardly ever breaks. Gorgons are really good. They don't break too often. What else? There's like 3 or 4 really good pets in Fear. Hate, not so much. Hate really just has the one good pet, and everything else is kind of iffy. But you get good pets against Nagi, you get good pets against Vox, you get good pets against Kha'Zix Thul most of the time. Interrupt, more iffy. Some people don't want to bother with Charm, though, which is understandable. And if that's the case, then, like, yeah, just go with Necro. Having issues with the UI, I turned on Bard Song so the HOTS show up. Oh, no, yeah, I just am used to looking here, I guess. It's kind of in the middle of the screen, so it's easy to see. Plus the timing's kind of baked in. If you're doing SK Shaman Necro, is it better to go 2-hand or 1-hand plus shield? Definitely 1-hand plus shield. Yeah, it's way stronger. Eventually, once you're really geared, if you just want to pump harder, you would go 2-hand. But for like your first D4 clears, 1-hand plus shield is way better. Because again, the vast majority of your damage is magic damage. You don't care about your melee DPS in this setup that much. Even the Shadow Knight, like your Shadow Knight damage is Reeve. It's not your melee swings. What candy bug? Right now, Reeve is reducing the cooldown of Cannibalize by a massive amount, like a preposterous amount. Like you can pretty much cannibalize whenever you want. So you could just heal yourself to full canny, heal yourself to full canny over and over and over again forever. If you're a cheater, Ranger Force of Nature buff is pretty sick. It's pretty sick if you're not playing Shaman. If you are playing Shaman, it doesn't stack, so it doesn't matter. All you're doing is you're getting the damage shield and a little bit more attack. But yeah, for this setup, Warrior's just stronger. That's my opinion. I love Ranger in other setups. I really like Ranger together with Paladin because it makes your smites land a lot more often. Huh. Wonder why Dread didn't pull there. Just kind of hoping he would. Dread we can slow, so... Alright, I gotta lock in a little bit. These guys are cleric, multi-classed. Which means we're stunned for hours. Can't even issue my pet commands because we're so stunned. Also, these Thought Leaders like to glitch under the grounds. Okay, that's what's happening. The pet won't attack the Thought Leader because he's glitched under the worlds. Thought it was just because I was stunned. Alright, we'll have him kill the toad. Some of the mob glitching under the world stuff, I see it in this game and I'm like, has it been that way since 1999? Is someone gonna take a look at that? Damn, dude. I don't know if it's a consequence of the client being like more modernized or what. It brings endurance regen, which is huge if you aren't playing Shaman. Yeah, but we're not talking about if you're not playing Shaman. We're literally talking about if you're playing Shaman. I didn't say anything about Ranger as a class in general. I'm talking about this combo. Yeah, Ranger's great in general, but I would absolutely not play it with Shaman, Necro. There's way better choices. Now, if you want to play it with Necro Shaman, then go ahead. You'll do fine. But yeah, if you're asking what's best, it's not Ranger. It's for sure not Ranger. That doesn't mean don't play it, though. You don't have to play the best thing to be successful. Well, caster for Warrior Ranger? Shaman. I mean, it's always Shaman. Shaman is the best class in the game for any builds, pretty much right now. That does everything. DPSs, heals, buffs, utility. Gives you haste. Has the best slow in the game. It's like 2 tiers above every other class. You like Warrior better than, say, a Paladin in your setup right now? No, for this setup, I would use the Paladin. For sure. because we do have enough mana from Necro to keep the Paladin going. Right now, the goal of today is more to test SK versus Warrior. We're not really testing it versus Paladin. I can't really see how any of the other tanks could be better than Paladin. Paladin is just so good right now. Let's see if I can get Homeboy by himself yet. He looks attached, doesn't he? Let's see what happens. Very attached. Okay. Abort! Go, horsey! Force of Nature not stacking with Shaman is news to me. I was considering Ranger, now I'm just gonna stick with Paladin. Yeah, it was a big bummer when I found that out. Cause it's technically like the same buff as Chloroplast, it's just rolled into the permanent version. And then you also get a damage shield, and I think you get attack. But yeah, the HP and stamina regen portion doesn't stack with Shaman's Chloroplast buff, which is too bad. It'd be pretty sick if it did. I kind of think it should. That would be an absurd amount of endurance regen, though. Okay, I can work with this. We got one ad. Warrior, Wizard, Magician. Okay, so he's just gonna cook. He's not gonna heal or stun or anything, thankfully. Ooh, we can use a wand for alert. Would you ever use this on EQL? I guess it like makes it not cost mana. Let's see if I can get this damage shield off. My pet is slowly suiciding. Okay. Took like 15 dispels, but we finally got it. I definitely feel my health dropping like way faster, dude. I don't know. I don't know if Reeve is worth it. It's kind of a hassle. It just makes me have to spam more heals. Like, I mean, it's good damage, but we're doing enough damage from the dots. The dots feel way more efficient. Honestly, I don't know if I like Shadow. So far, I don't like this compared to the Warrior. When we did this on Warrior, I did not have to spam heal this hard at all. Being able to Mage Hunter the Canny is pretty sweet, though. Only losing 20% of my health instead of 40%. mean, the hope is that Vampiric Embrace can't kind of like cancels out the health that you spend on Reeve, but it just doesn't. It like never goes off, dude. The Necro version never goes off either. It feels like it has such a low proc rate, and I don't know why. I think it's because someone mentioned that it might be the level difference. Like, since we're 46 hitting at 55, maybe we just get less procs because of that. Prototype with the super chats. Come for the showdown. These are my 2 favorite builds. Which is in the lead so far? Warrior. Yeah, it's kind of for the reason I was just saying. I do like Warrior so far. I don't know if it's because we're doing this under leveled. I'm gonna get this all the way to 50 and try again. But like, dude, Vampiric Embrace just doesn't go off. If I could get, if it would go off about as often as Reeve, I mean, I guess that's a lot to ask. It's every 15 seconds, but I don't know. Even like 3 procs a minute would be solid, but right now it just feels like I'm blasting a bunch of health into Reeve, and it's not more efficient than my dots would be. So I'd much rather just have the Warrior tankiness and regen and not have to worry about Reeve and just let the dots do their thing and kind of be able to chill and survive. But also Paladin. Just being a Paladin with Lay on Hands, I think, would be even comfier than Warrior. Frees up a spell gem. Can you use it indefinitely? Because it says it has charges. Did they get rid of the charges? What toolkit are you liking in the Pally over the Meat Shield and the Warrior? Just Smite and Lay on Hands is really all it comes down to. None of the Paladin spells are that compelling. Like, you've got enough in your toolkit with Shaman. But, I mean, Lay on Hands is just so... It's so nice to have. It's way better than Harm Touch. Harm Touch is doo-doo. Harm Touch, like, it does as much damage as, like, 1 round of my dots. It's so underwhelming. Harm Touch needs an autocast. Harm Touch needs to do triple the damage that it currently does. Hey, like the Regen AA on Warrior? It's nice. It's really nice. I was initially going to try to combine it with the Unyielding Invocation, because you can double it with the Unyielding Invocation. But with the Necro Mana regen, I found just sitting in Recovery Invocation and using extra mana for healing actually outpaces the Warrior regen. But the Warrior regen on its own is very nice. Opposite of what we're doing. I have negative regen right now with all this Reeve spam. Do you have the Soul Absorption AA? It makes Vampiric Embrace so much better. I do. Yeah, we have that fully maxed. Oh, that's why it's better than the Necro one. I was trying to figure out, because they're the same spell. It's because Necro doesn't get the AA. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we do have that maxed. Which one is it? It's one of these. Yeah. Every build comes down to Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter. Yes. Or just pick all 3 of those and be the most overpowered build in the game. I like Warrior Cleric. You get the tankiness and PR to replace Lay on Hands. Warrior Cleric is really good. Yeah, Warrior Cleric plus Shaman, Enchanter, or Bard is kind of like the original S tier solo build from last beta. Okay, I think this guy's gonna pull Dracolich. Maybe we can do some drive-bys. Let's limit test this new drive-by strat. Oh, pulled Fright? Wait, where's Fright? Oh, he's right there. Okay. I don't want that Scareling to touch me. Scareling is a run ender. Let's see if I can snare him. That's a hill. Let's get away from the hill. Okay, Scareling is slowed. Dude. Drive-by strat is so strong. Okay, I shouldn't have let Fry hit. Oh god, we're rooted. Okay, he's slowed. Scareling's gonna start bullying me now. I think I can survive this. Let me pump some heals. Oh god, the Scareling's a cleric? Honestly, it kind of helps when you teleport. When there's not like a million ads out here, getting teleported is kind of like a nice little brief vacation. Okay, Scareling down. I've been yapping too much. My buffs are wearing off. What is this? Huh. Hold on to that. Okay. Do we got this? Maybe. Let me try to heal up in Canny. Switch to over channel. Okay, he might just be really resistant to poison. Let's try magic. All the minis in Fear have like different stuff that they resist, and I can never remember which one's which. Okay. Slug's healing getting interrupted and still taking like 6 seconds to cast is never fun. Upgraded pets have proven quite strong. Yeah, funny thing is Shaman has a pet too, just in case you're not playing another class that does. Shamans literally do everything. I downloaded a new DPS meter session tracker thing, and I wanted to compare it to the log parser. It's giving me a totally different score for DPS, which is a little concerning. I wonder why it's so different. Oh, it's rolling the pet in. Okay, so that's one thing. Still, though. Still pretty different. Oh, it's counting my cannibalization damage. It counts self-damage as DPS? Okay, well that's not... That's not correct. That means it's probably... I wonder if it's counting my... Reeves twice then, because it's like outgoing and incoming damage. This is a little sketchy. Okay, let's get back into defensive. Ugh. Ugh. Warrior didn't struggle with this boss at all, just saying. So far, big W for Warrior. Again, though, I don't know how much of it is just because our Vampiric Embrace procs are nerfed due to the level difference. I wonder if there's any, like, legit testing that's been done on that. Sometimes my pet just spaces out in these longer fights. He's just like, I'm gonna take a break. More gloves. Oh, they're almost +6. It's going to be my highest piece of gear. It's kind of my strongest piece of gear, too. What's the smaller DPS meter called? That's EQ log parser. The blue one that we use all the time is called EQ log parser. The new one is called EQ Buddy. I think it's a little bit newer. I think it's hasn't been quite as polished. It looks nice though. Doesn't it look nice? It does other things too. It does yeah, like keeps track of your money in your session. I think XP can do like XP per hour. Yeah, look at that. We're doing 18% per hour. Next level in 4 hours? That's not true. My next level is 6% away. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, it needs a little bit more polish, but it's got some really cool features. Someone says he can clear Sky in 15 minutes with Paladin, Monk, Enchanter, and it's just because of the Charm Pet. 15 minutes, like, clearing Eye of Vishan or clearing everything? I don't think you can clear everything in Sky in 15 minutes, no matter what you're doing. Even if you're doing 500 DPS, I don't think that's mathematically possible. Shaman Pet parsing higher than the Beast Warder still? Yeah, they'll do something with the Beast Pet eventually, you guys. They know about it. They'll get to it. I don't know if they'll get to it before launch, but they'll get to it. I didn't use Promise Renewal like I thought I would. On Cleric? Why not? Tonight's episode of HOTD going to have the Butcher Ball book readers know? I don't know what's happening. Oro doesn't love SK, so he's not optimized. Well, we're not optimized because we don't have time. The beta ends in 2 days. I'm not going to go around farming the perfect weapons and clickies and everything for something that's about to end. Also, like, testing optimized builds isn't that important. If you optimize any build, it's going to crush EQL. Like, you don't need to optimize that hard. The strength of your build only matters before it's optimized. Once it's optimized, you're going to beat everything. Like, you'll be fine. The strength of your build matters when you're just starting to raid. Like, can I do this? Am I going to need groups to carry me? Am I going to have to farm a bunch of gear before I can solo? Like, that's when the strength of your build matters. When you've got all your clickies and all your potions and all your shit is +8, like, it doesn't matter at that point. Like, you already won. What dagger am I using? Serpent's Tooth +4 from Master Yale. Also not optimized. It's close though. It's one of the better one-handers. I mean, outside of Sky, it's one of the best one-handers outside of Sky. Let's go ahead and rebuff. How do you feel about SK in this version versus Paladin Warrior? I would rank it at the bottom of the 3. I would say Paladin #1, Warrior #2, SK #3. I've been saying though, I don't know how much of SK's underperformance is due to my low level. In theory, at level 50, we'd be proccing these Vampiric Embraces a lot more often. If anyone has like a level 50 Shadow Knight parse and you can go and look and tell me how many procs per minute you're getting on Vampiric Embrace, that would be really cool info to have. Right now, it feels like this never goes off, dude. Why are these all so low? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, I see. Okay, yeah, like, let's look at Fright. Almost a 400-second fight. How many minutes that? That's so many minutes, you guys. How many times did Vampiric Embrace go off? 0? Sick. Like, I don't know. It's so bad. I had the same problem too when I was playing with Warrior Shaman Necro. Like, Vampiric Embrace just doesn't go off. So, I don't know. Someone suggested it's a level difference thing. They might be right. I can't think of anything else. But either that or the spell just really sucks. Probably need to slow one of the... Yeah, they all keep like re-aggroing each other. Okay, let's make a little bit of a loop. Oh! I'm in the wrong stance. Supposed to be an inversion. Also, I just pulled some more Why is there a boogeyman right there? I thought I cleared everything. I made it worse. Where'd he go? Did he stop chasing? I'm still not on inversion stance. Can I not change while mounted? Okay, well, I'm gonna die here. Brother, I don't understand. Did I not just click that button 5 seconds ago? Oh, GG. I got rooted. I don't have feign death in the bar. Okay, we're making a run for it. Maybe we're still fine. I'm pretty sure you can, in fact, not feign death from the horse. I will try it, though, just in case I'm wrong. Oh. Okay. Is he still coming after me? Okay, we did it. We split the pole. Oh, God. I'm dead. That was sad. I should have done a full heal instead of slugs. Paladin Monk Enchanter was able to do Nagi Voxiel level 40. Did 0 to 1 in Befallen Gear. Yeah, I mean, you could probably go all the way to D4 Nagi with that build at level 40. Is there a DPS meter for EQL? Yeah, you can use EQ Log Parser for EQL. It works pretty well. Your Vampiric Embrace is 6% deeps, less than Puma. How much... It's hard to gauge that. How much... Like, how many hits per minute are you getting? Or what was the length of the fight, and how many hits did you get within that time? Horse sound on FD was great. Anytime you dismount, the horse makes that noise. It's dramatic. Ugh, I just quick buffed. I gotta wait 4 more minutes. How's the build coming along? Not too much overlapping between SK and Necro? There's a lot of overlap, yeah. SK is... I don't know, it's kind of underwhelming. Besides the life tap from SK weapon, you didn't buy Leech Touch, which is a 1.5 minute heal. No, I can't afford it. Also, it doesn't matter that much. It's like a 900 damage. Those are things an SK would have while leveling. Yeah, I did Soul Abrasion. This is an hour and 12 minutes. So I don't know where you're getting 1.5 minute. Am I reading it wrong? Is it 1 minute 12 seconds? Yeah, because this is 3 minutes. Yeah, I didn't buy this because it's an hour cooldown. Anything that's got an hour cooldown, I mean. Didn't know your mount could die? I don't think it can. That's just the sound it makes when you get off. Does Necro Shadow Knight overlap completely with the exception of Harm Touch? In terms of spells? I can't think of any Shadow Knight spells that Necro doesn't also get. Shadow Knight gets a stronger version of Vampiric Embrace because the AA makes it 3 times better. You also get Reeve, which converts 3% of your health into damage every 15 seconds, and it can double in triple attack if you've got triple attack. And then you have stances that Necro doesn't have. You have defensive stance, you have Mage Hunter, you have Spellblade, Invocation. Necro doesn't normally get any of that stuff. But yeah, overall it's still pretty underwhelming. I would definitely take a Paladin or a Warrior instead. You get the Horsey. Shadow Knight gets a Horsey, so does Paladin though. You get to wear plates. But again, so does Warrior and Paladin. Full day parse for yesterday, over 6,000 seconds. I had 216 VE. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, once every 27 seconds. So 2 Vampiric Embraces per minute. I don't know. I mean, you're getting... How many Reeves per minute do you think you're getting? Because they don't all connect, but then some of them double. What do you think? You're getting like 5 per minute? I guess it would depend on if you're pairing it with like a triple attack class or not. Reeve is horrific damage, I've been noticing. Yeah, it's not worth it. Like, spending all that health for damage does not feel worth it. I feel like it should convert 3% of your max health and then double that and deal it as damage or something. Like, I don't know. Yeah, like compared to Smite, it just does not feel good. Suspecting Puma blocks other procs. Vamp and weapon procs were noticeable not using Puma. I don't have Puma on right now. And it's already, Vampiric is already kind of bad. Tried both of these and found Warrior much easier. Yeah, Joe, I agree. So far. I'm trying to get back to CT to fully test it. But so far against mini bosses, I do think Warrior was a lot better. Don't think Shaman healing is good enough to fund Reeve. Well, it doesn't get much better. I mean, the only better healing we could add is Cleric, which would kind of defeat the whole purpose of the build, so. The best comp is Monk, Shaman, Necro. I was able to easily tank a slowed Kazakh and any with my Monk. What kind of gear were you rocking for that? Were you able to do it at level 46? That's the question. Is Paladin with Lay on Hands better than Warrior with its higher passive mitigation? Hard to say. Probably. I mean, it really depends on your stats. It like really depends on your stats. Let's say you have like 5.5k health. Let's say you're laying on hands. Let's say you're getting 5k per lay on hands. And then I see it like it depends on what you're pairing it with too, right? Because some combos are going to be smiting a lot more. Like if you combine it with Monk or with Ranger, you're going to be landing a lot more smites, so you're going to get lay on hands faster. But I mean, if you get like 5k health every 3 minutes, that's 28 health per second. Is that right? That's actually pretty damn high. That's crazy high. Yeah, that's way more than what you get from Warrior regen. Warrior gets this like every 6 seconds. Warrior gets like... It depends on how much health you have. You could get up to like 60 health every 6 seconds. That'd be like 10 health per second. So yeah, you're getting like more than double that with Paladin. Probably. But it depends. There's a lot of variables. You're also taking less damage on the Warrior because you have a higher AC cap. You have higher parry. So you factor that in. Still, I think Paladin probably comes out ahead. Warrior. So in order to get those lay on hands, you have to be smiting, which costs mana, and Warrior gets to do all that without mana, so that's also something to consider. But yeah, I do think overall Paladin's better. What's up, Sarah? Lean towards Monk, Shaman, Necro as well. With entry level 50 gear, just cleared all the bosses. Yeah, probably at level 50, that would be good enough. You have to use evasive stance though, which can be a little rough on some fights. Able to do any in offensive stance? You did D4 any in offensive stance? Really? I'd have to see it. What was his multi? Did you actually? Link. Post the link. Paladin versus Warrior when paired with Necro Shaman. Yeah, I think I would give Paladin rank 1. There's not that many combos where I would pick Warrior over Paladin at this point. I think Paladin's pretty strong. Oh, it didn't go out. Okay. These guys are really good pets too, the Boogeyman. I could post a parse. You were in offensive stance the whole time? Or are you talking about you went back and forth between offensive and evasive? Yeah, I want to see your tanking parse. How much damage did you take over the course of the fight? Did you just drop his ass, like, super fast? Offensive stance is crazy. Paladin seems like a preferred class by the devs. It might be, yeah. I mean, Paladins are pretty cool. You know what they should do with Reeve? You spend 3% of your health, and then you take, or you reduce the enemy's health by 3% also. It's percentages both ways. That would make it crazy. Necro Life Burn and Lay on Hands, the quick 10k damage if you want to have some fun. Can that crit? Can you like juice that up with other like Wizard AAs and stuff? Let's on dual wield versus one hand and shield bash spam. The shield is definitely better until you get really geared. Once you get like really sick sky weapons leveled up, then I would dual wield. But hold on, I gotta think about how I want to handle this. Oh god, it's so slow. Okay, that might have not been the right play. I'm gonna see if I can split him off the others. Hey, who put a tree there? Let me see if I can do drive-bys on these. Okay, I am definitely actually in an inverted stance this time. God, Draco's so fast in D4. I got scared. I'm running. What's he doing? He stopped. Okay, I'm going back to drive-bys. Why is there another boogeyman over here? Bro, there's so many mobs in this zone. It takes like 10 times longer to fight Khazak Thul than it does to fight any other raid target. Good lord. Can we like just remove literally half of the trash from this zone? I could have killed Interrux 16 times by now. Jeff from accounting. What is that in reference to? Not sure I agree with people who say dual wield is best. With the exception of Pally one-hander, the two-handed are much better? How do you figure? The aggro in this zone is also just hella weird. Okay, now we're winning. Now we're doing it. I can't snare Draco Lich, right? Oh, he's trying to snare. He's trying to use the same spell on me. I got too much resist. So does this Amygdalin Knight. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, he's right there. Okay. Oh, he's a paladin. He's out here healing himself, dude, and then resisting all my. Oh, okay. This is fine. This is fine. I've seen worse. Why am I in balance stance? Who clicked that? I didn't click that. Okay, I'm heal debuffed. We don't like that. Okay, Draco Lich. I don't remember. I know we can't disease him. Can we poison him? Let's get Malazement on him. Oh, is cessation a disease? I didn't know I could click that off. Okay. I'm not healed debuffed. Well, that's nice. That makes this way more doable. He already had a mana. We should be good here. Let me get a canny off. I didn't know you could swap stances mid-spell. I just found that out today. It's kind of good. Okay, he does not want to get poisoned. We'll just use Odium. And sit here for a minute. It's gonna be a little bit. This fight is gonna take just a little bit. What do I need to do to make Nagafen spawn? You have to go into the actual raid instance. So you go to a public Soul Bee, and then you go down to kind of where the first fire giant is, like just past where the first fire giant is, and there will be a voidling. And you have to do this for any raid instance. You have to talk to the voidling and create a raid for Nagafin. You choose your difficulty, and you choose solo or group, and then that'll create the instance that will have Nagi and King Tranix, Scarlon, Magus, Rokal. All the raid targets will be on there. And then if you kill them in the raid instance, you'll get a lockout for that targets. And then if you leave the raid, if you quit the instance, you can leave the instance, but if you quit the instance, meaning you like give the instance up, then you'll get an 18-hour lockout. Or if you kill bosses in there, that'll also give you an 18-hour lockouts. He resisted Togors. Oh, that's kind of unnerving. That doesn't usually get resisted. Anything stand out between War and Shadow Knight? Yeah, Warrior's better. This one stands out so far. Vampiric Embrace never goes off. That's what's stood out to me the most about Shadow Knight. It's like one of the key core cornerstones of the class. Hardly ever procs. Want him to implement AA Knights to dual-wield two-handers? Yes. That could be like a Shadow Knight only thing. That could close the gap. Dual-wielding two-handers? That seems evil. For some reason. Sure. Spend health to dual-wield two-handers? Let's go. I'll play that. You can cast while mounted? Yeah, you can do a lot of stuff while mounted. You can't backstab. But you can do, like, everything else. I don't know why. It's kind of funny. $200 DPS from Dots, 120 from Pet, 40 from Puma, 100 from Auto Strikes Kicks. Are you talking about your offensive Interrupt kill? How fast was he dead? Oh, Jeff put the tree there? I see. Just by ratio, your SK two-hander from Sky, I got it yesterday, it's 1.2 at +4 tier. The ratio on a two-hander has to be like literally twice as good as a one-hander to beat it though. Like a higher ratio is not enough to make it better than dual wield. And the two-handers generally have like 50% more ratio. They don't have 100% more ratio. It's not close enough. If you actually parse it, dual wield's kind of gonna blow it away most of the time. In the monk build, channeling stance is basically as good as defensive for tanking. Yeah, I didn't think about using channeling for the monk version. That's true. Who gets channeling? All the casters? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you're saying Shaman, Necro, Monk, Channeler stance? Yeah, that could be really good. Okay, I need to pay attention. My little pet's gonna die. Boss isn't even half dead yet. Keeps diseasing me. Oh, did they make it so I can use my clicky on pets? What, did they ninja patch that? I feel like that didn't work yesterday. Yeah, I can't. Even with Scent 3. I can't hit him with any kind of poison or any kind of disease. Maybe disease? No, it's not working. $200 seconds. How much damage did you take throughout the course of the fight? Paladin doesn't need a dedicated healer either. No, it doesn't. Although having a shaman with Slug's healing is pretty nice. Has anyone stacked Slug's healing with ethereal cleansing? I feel like they would stack, but I want to check it just to be sure. SK two-hander comes with Siphon proc. Yeah, but you could just take that off and put it on a one-hander. Offhand is only 20% damage, is not strong. 20% of your main hand damage? No. No, definitely not. It's more than that, especially if you're playing something like Monk as one of your classes. Duel needs a certain amount of hit rate to beat two-hand. Just keep that in mind. Not in my experience. Dual wielding wins pretty easily at all the parsing I've done. $17,000 damage taken. Yeah, so you're literally just like ending the fight so fast. I guess that's crazy. I mean, because Monk mends. It's a 3-minute fight, so you're only mending twice. And then I assume you've got Slug's healing running, and then the boss is slowed. What's your total HP pool and your AC looking like? Any impact losing the Warrior's regen? I do, yeah, I missed the Warrior regen. Also, we have like negative regen because we're using Reeve. So yeah, it feels substantially less sustainable than the Warrior did. Done playing, waiting for wipe. 2 more days, and then we can't play anymore. And then 1 more week and then launch. Duel is pretty much always going to win until there's Flurry, AAs. As such, two-hander can compete. Zerker Stance the only thing that can make two-hand work at the moment. Yeah, Phoenix, that's what I've noticed. Like Zerker and Warrior together with a two-hander, especially with Cleave in the mix, is competitive, but in every other circumstance, dual wield is, like, clearly better. Be able to compare new parse they have ambidexterity rogue subclass to dual wield should parse well. Yeah, I'd be curious to see. I mean, unless I'm missing something. In all my experience, dual wield has been better. Although, unless you have a really good offhand, just bashing and living longer with a shield is also pretty good. That's what I usually prefer doing, at least, you know, before we get geared. Your dual wield offhand was 35% of your main hand damage. Which weapons? What was your main hand and what was your offhand? Oh yeah, I can clicky on my pet. Huh. Was there a patch? I'm pretty sure that, like, literally just yesterday that was not working. Maybe they hotfixed it. Okay. Oh my god, this is taking so long. I should have put another magic dot on the bar. Oh, I didn't mean to level up. Oh well. We're gonna have to fight Kazakh at 47. Man, that was so much XP for clearing this place. We have a Malaisement combat proc now. I think all we get at 47 is a fire dots, which we don't use against CT. Yeah, new snare. A new charm undead. I haven't played around with this. This could be kind of good, actually. Have you guys played around with charm undead on EQL? Enchanted Fine Steel Great Staff +6 is pretty amazing as a two-hander for leveling. Already hitting for nearly 100. For leveling, I can see more of an argument for two-hander because you don't have as much dual-wield skill yet. It still, I think, kind of depends on your overall class loadout. I liked leveling with a two-hander a lot when I was doing Warrior Berserker, but I mean, that's like the best possible two-hand combo you can have. Most combos, the dual is just going to hit a lot harder. Anything with Monk in it, the dual is going to do a lot. Zerk gets the Flurry AA. Yeah. At 46. That was an awesome fight. Was it? This next one's going to be the real fight. That one I wasn't really paying attention, to be honest. It was kind of long and slow. Hopefully CT will be a little more entertaining. I can only use one dot against that boss, so it's kind of just sitting there waiting for it to be over. Froggy's resisting everything. Oh my god, I'm getting lit up right now. These multi-class Necros. Two-hand could be better for leveling if they'd fix riposts. What's wrong with riposte right now? Even with Ambi, dual wield doesn't feel great while leveling from my experience as SK Rogue, Paladin Monk, Paladin Berserker. Anything with Berserker, yeah, I'd probably lean more towards two-hand. I think it depends on weapon choice. Yeah, for leveling, I can see the argument for two-handers for leveling because of your dual-wield skill. But yeah, at max level, yeah, when I don't know, the testing I did, it didn't even seem that close. It's been parsed in EQL. Dual-wield is just better with ratios adding up to the same. There's no two-hander in the game that can come close to dual-wield anyways. Yeah, that's what I've noticed, at least at max level. I haven't spent any time doing any serious parsing at lower levels. Do you think for live they will nerf Befallen Gear? No. No, I think it's too late for any of that. I think pretty much what we have right now is what we're getting for live. They don't have time to do much else. I'm hoping that they just cram some more bug fixes in. That's about all we can hope for at this point. I mean, it's literally a week away. Riposte using hand-to-hand skill instead of your weapon. Oh, is that why my hand-to-hand skill randomly goes up sometimes? Interesting. Does it swing your weapon still, or do you actually riposte with your fist? Okay, Shadow Knight Monk Wizard. Very ouchy combo. Very ouchy combo. Do we start the fight with Mage Hunter for his harm touch? Maybe we do. Let's see if this helps. I never thought to do that before. He's not going to resist slow. I think we go in there with Inversion Invocation. Hit him with Togors right away. And then... yeah, overall I don't think his magic resist is that bad. We'll probably slam him with Malazement right afterwards just to be safe, and then incapacitates. And then Scent. I'll see if Insidious will actually land. I've yet to land this on a boss because it's a snare. I don't know if it's got like some weird, but I wanted to use it to reduce their attack rating. We'll prioritize Asystole and Venom. And then if it feels like we can, we'll rotate the other dots, but we might not be able to. I might just be struggling to live at that point. Okay, here we go. Okay. Ow. So did he resist it or did it not land? Your Togor's insects is interrupted. Okay. Yeah, if he doesn't get slowed, it's instantly over. I guess I didn't stand still for long enough. It's one of those quirks about EQ that has not aged well, in my opinion. Could a triple caster build be used to empower invocate bosses? I don't think I understand what you mean by that. Are you asking if you could like burst down a boss really fast with 3 casters? At lower difficulties, yes. At higher difficulties, the bosses have like 70-80k health. So it's pretty hard. Maybe if you like heavily upgraded your spells, you could. I haven't seen anyone do like a crazy D4 Kha'Zix burst, but people have bursted like D0 Kha'Zix and killed him in like 30 seconds. Monk kicks might have interrupted you. I guess. I mean, casted it like right away. I don't even think he'd aggroed yet. We'll see. We'll try again. We'll just get a move while casting stance. Yeah, but then it's a slower cast. And it's double the mana. Back in the corner and tank to avoid push interrupts. I don't even think he had attacked me yet. But, I don't know. Maybe I was slow on the button. Which one do you like better? SK, Shaman, Necro, Warrior? I like Warrior a lot better. SK, Necro, Wiz, Harm Touch, Life Touch, Life Burn, Mana Burn equals 1 million damage. The question is, can you live after that? Once you burned all your health and mana, can you actually live? Because it's not going to one-shot the boss. You plan on streaming during live? Yeah, I'm going to do a subathon as soon as the game releases. So we're going to be streaming, hopefully, pretty much non-stop for the first few days. And then, even after the subathon ends, I plan on streaming quite a bit. Probably, almost daily. What up, Clock Bar? There's an empowering invocation with dots and nukes to delete health bars. Yeah, I mean, it's 40% more damage if you have a full caster spec. Usually, having a third caster in your build, in my opinion, just isn't worth it. I mean, it's extra 10% on this invocation. I don't think it's that good. Most of the time, you're going to want a tank as your third, or a healer, or something like that. Pure casters are kind of rough right now. I don't think they're very good. Wizard, Mage, Necro. You would probably want to do like Wizard, Druid to maximize your crit, and then you could throw Necro in for like the life burn or something like that. Yeah, I mean, even Harm Touch honestly is pretty underwhelming. Like, people are doing it with Shadow Knight, but I don't think it's worth using Shadow Knight for that. I'm curious what you could do with like an amplified Dirge. Because you could spam that like 5 or 6 times, right? Before you run out of mana. Is anyone playing around with that? Been doing some Guck on Monk, Necro, Shaman up to 25. Nice. How's it feel? Triple caster isn't going to be great unless pets get changed significantly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some synergy, but it's hard to think of a combo that's like actually going to be worth playing, unless you're just doing it for fun. Hybrid casters count for the stance. Does SK give another int class? It says non-hybrid casting class, so that would exclude Ranger, SK, Paladin, Beast. It's probably just the classes that are listed here. So yeah, the 3 priests and the 4 int casters. Crit for 8.5k with DDD. Dirge can crit 8k. Yeah, so does that mean like Bard is one of the... If you're gonna try to just delete a boss in like under a minute, I would take that over Shadow Knight, right? Harm Touch is just like one wizard nuke. It's really not... Yeah, I don't think putting a Shadow Knight in your burst build for Harm Touch is gonna do much. I mean, it's instant. That's about it. You guys like my toes? You get banned on Twitch for showing those. Alright, this time I'm not going to assume that it went off. I'm going to stare at my combat log. I feel like the Mage Hunter was not worth it. I'm just going to stay in defensive. Okay, of course he opens with knockback. Once we get Melosi, we don't have to overchannel this anymore. Oh, we don't have Melosi. That's next level. Bro, it's so much worse than Warrior. I don't even know if this is really worth testing, to be honest. I can already tell it's so much worse. I gotta slam heals so that we can canny. Okay, so we can canny again at 280. If we make it that far. Shadow Vortex, that's what I'm missing. I knew there was something I was missing. Alright, if we do another attempt, if this looks good enough to repeat, then God, my endurance is just getting so cooked. Which is funny because he's not even doing Royal Blood this time. Do you guys know if you take it, does defensive stance reduce the damage from Reeve? I wonder if that's slowly draining my endurance too. Okay, so we're gonna have to do balance stance. If we cannibalize right now, it's cheating. That's a bug. We can't cannibalize for another 90 seconds. So we're gonna have to get healthy and then balance stance. We need to keep a systole on him. Reslowing. If this one doesn't land, we got to invert. Okay, it landed. Yeah, bro, I just spent all my time healing. I just don't think Reeve is very good. What if we just turn Reeve off and try? I mean, that could be interesting. Maybe just not using Reeve. Then we just have the life taps, and maybe that would make him better than Warrior. I don't know, like, what else? This is just so bad otherwise. Alright, there's balance stance. Wish me luck. We're gonna get melted. Ow, owie, ow. Did not last very long. Okay, we can cannibalize in 30 seconds. Lol. I've probably done like 3,000 self-damage with Reeve. Which means it's done like 3k damage to the boss, which is like 4% of his health. It's just not a good trade. Okay, we can cannibalize. I don't have enough endurance to do it, though. Okay, let's just send it. This will be fine. Totally. Yeah, okay, 12% health. Okay. Yeah. So, Reeve sucks. Let's try it without Reeve. How many times did Vampiric Embrace go off? Is it even going off? Soul Leech is going off, which is nice. It'd be cool if the Abrasion AA affected the weapon tap. Yeah, Vampiric Embrace... I don't know, dude. It just doesn't really go off, ever. So... makes no sense, but yeah, it just doesn't... I think it went off 0 times the whole fight. What can you do? Reeve is horrible. I have it disabled. Well, if we're not going to Reeve, and Vampiric Embrace literally doesn't work on bosses, then Shadow Knight pretty clearly just sucks. Like, what else? It's not really bringing anything else to the table. Mage Hunter Vercani is nice, but it's not enough to slot it over Warrior. You're already not getting Harm Touch because of the candy bug? Correct. I mean, it wouldn't make a difference, though. Harm Touch is going to hit this boss for 1%. What's Soul Leech from? I think it's from Soul Leech. Soul Siphon? Soul... Yeah, Soul Leech is the weapon. Soul Siphon is the... spell? No, Soul Leech is the spell? Soul Siphon is the weapon. Soul something. It's definitely Soul something. Soul Leech. They're both Soul Leech. I don't know where I got this from. Where did I get this from, boys? Plane of Fear? I think I got it from here. But maybe not. I might have gotten it from Hate. It is from Kazakh? Okay. Yeah, we got it from here. 75 damage is the Embrace? No, 75 damage is just in my weapon. Anyone can use that. The Warrior can use that. The Paladin can use that. Actually, it's a little harder for the Paladin to use it. Because of class restrictions. Yeah, okay, just kidding. Paladin can't use it, but Warrior can. I like how SK takes up spell slots unlike other tanks. We're not using a single Shadow Knight spell, actually. It's all Necro and Shaman spells. Shadow Knight does suck. I'm glad I leveled one up this beta so I know not to choose it for live. Yeah, same. I started with Shadow Knight, and I don't know, dude. Like, it felt good for leveling, but now I'm feeling like Warrior probably would have felt even better. Still using Earthquake. Earthquake might be better. I don't know, like, do all the weapons procs have a standard PPM that they're based off of, or does it change? Because I know some of them are boosted. Like, this one. Maybe not this one. Some of them say that they have an extra percentage on them. So I don't know if that's relative to, like, a standard rate, or if there's still... Yeah, like, this one says rate plus 43%. But I don't know what the I don't know if the standard rate is like by level or what. Using Scream of Death Strike, it heals 90 damage. Scream of Death is the AoE version. Vampiric Embrace is better. It heals for like twice as much. Where it needs gear without a gear, SK will be better. How do you figure? I think they both need gear. Warrior gear is also just like a lot more plentiful than SK gear. Reeve should be a cleave. Smite too. AoE smite would be a little bonkers. Reeve needs something though. Yeah, Reeve definitely is not good. We'll do one more of these without Reeve, but again, I don't really know what the point is. It's already pretty clear that Warrior's better. If Vampiric Embrace is not even going to go off, I think we probably just have to try this again at 50 and then see if it goes off at 50. But I had the same problem fighting Nagy with the Necro. Like, we killed D4 Nagy and D4 Vox. I didn't ever see a single Vampiric Embrace proc on either one of them. It's like 8-minute fights. It just does, like, literally just doesn't work. Shaman already has enough juice by itself DPS-wise. It doesn't need the Necro. You're probably right. I think having an Enchanter instead of the Necro is probably stronger. Maybe even putting in a Monk or something like that. Some kind of melee DPS instead of the Necro. Reeve should be healing you for 3%. I think the only way to make Reeve good is if it actually removed the boss's health by 3% every time. Because, I mean, I'm spending 3% of my health to do, like, 0.3% of the boss's health. It's just not worth it. Like, the damage we get from dots is so much better. The damage you get from pretty much anything is going to be more efficient. Even just, like, auto-attacking... and then, like, you know, having to heal yourself less is probably better than using Reeve. Paladin and Warrior really easy to gear. I found Paladin and Shadow Knight gear about equally. Like Valorium and whatever the SK set is. Umbral plate. I found them to drop similarly, but the Warrior plate definitely drops way more than any other class. And then weapon-wise, I think that Pally and SK have better choices than Warrior, but armor-wise, the Warrior's like so easy to gear. Harm Touch should get a 5-minute buff that doubles Reeve damage or something. Something, yeah. And have it stack so that, like, you can get stacks of the Harm Touch debuff on longer fights. That would be sick. The faster you could get your Harm Touch up, the more Harm Touch stacks you could stack on the boss. Something like that could be really cool. Interested in this myself because I played Shaman SK Necro and it was really strong. Use Puma, you'll for sure see them. We can't use Puma. Puma's level 50. Yeah, I think the Vampiric Embrace probably requires level 52. So, I mean, this isn't like totally a fair test because of that. Although, I do find it a little, I don't know, a little like weird that it works that way. I don't know why it's not just a standard rate. I feel like it shouldn't be based on your enemy's level. I don't know, you could make it so that it gets like resisted more by higher level enemies, I guess, but the actual proc should go off the same amount. I don't know, I find that weird. Okay, one more try, this time without Reeve. And with Shadow Vortex. Ooh, this is Shadow Knight only. Shroud of Hate. Okay, we found a tool. We found a Shadow Knight tool, you guys. I never did see if Insidious Retrogression worked. What should I give up for that? We're not dispelling. He's not buffing himself. We'll give up the spell. Okay. That's a lot of debuffs to remember. Here we go. Okay, got enough. Nice and quick that time. We ate the harm touch. That's okay. My pet's ignoring me. There we go. Thank you for participating, Mr. Pet. We resisted Shadow Vortex. So here's what we're gonna do. Ooh, a crit Soul Leech. You love to see it. That's the weapon, not the SK ability. Okay, let's over-channel that Malazement. Shouldn't have to worry about any resist beyond that. Now let's go back. Shadow Vortex. Landed. Brother, just chill for a second. I'm testing debuffs. Don't kill me yet. Okay, he's already incapacitated. Where did I put Shroud of Hate? There we go. Shroud of Hates. Okay. Now he's big debuffed. I feel tankier already. And now, in order to land Insidious, this is a disease, so let's get him scented. Okay, and now, let's see if it works. Interrupted. No, he resisted it. Okay, let's over-channel it. Because it has a snare component, I think the bosses might just ignore it, honestly. I don't know if this is ever going to land. Oh god, this is such a long cast. Don't wizard nuke me. Yeah, I think you just, like, can't use it because it's a snare. That's my best guess. Okay, so let's get healthy. Drop a Cannibalize, and we'll start dotting. It's actually crazy how much better this feels without Reeve, though. If we can get to a point where he's out of mana, because he is, like, dropping some major wizard nukes. Okay. I need to get into recovery stance here pretty soon. I should have been doing it already. I just am getting interrupted so much. Oof. My 0.9 second heal is getting interrupted. Brutal. It's a tough combo, dude. Monk Wiz is tough to fight against. Okay, we gotta get another slow on him. Of course, we got knocked back. Don't pick on my poor pet. Yeah, dude, I need stoicism to fight this combo. This is so hard. Like, can't cast anything. Okay, he's finally out of mana. We can chill a little bit. He still has avatar power, though, so we're still going to keep getting juggled. We're going to have to run balance stance. He's fully debuffed, as far as I can tell. I'm going to try to balance until maybe like 25%. We'll see if we can last that long. Oof. When did we initially cannibalize? I think at 300 seconds we can canny again. I think that's... Oh, wait. We're not cheating, so we have the... Okay. We have the actual cannibalized cooldown. We don't have to time it. We have the non-cheater version, because we're not using Reeve. Okay, back to defensive. Ooh, I don't know if I can get healthy enough in time. Okay, that's gonna have to do. Mage Hunter, can he survive? Look at Lazener just over there doing 21 DPS. Look at him go. Those little Wolverine claws. Isn't he cute? I think next level we get the final pet and I can actually like put the pet focus on him and he'll actually start mattering a lot more. Okay, and we're gonna have to go back into defensive. This is probably where the run ends. Can we at least get him to half? The warrior got him down to 20% at 46, mind you. We're 47 on the Shadow Knight. No! Not Lazener! Come here! Resisted assist delete. No mana, no stamina, no cannibalize, no hope. What's using to track DPS? EQ log parser. Alright. Enough of that. Let's go finish leveling the warrior. I think doubling up on tanks is kind of pointless. Doubling up on melee for triple attack helps Paladin a ton. You can double up on tanks if you're playing like SK Paladin Berserker in a group and you have someone else buffing and healing you. Then it's kind of sick because you're just like chain smiting and reaving. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, even having like warrior and paladin together is kind of cool because you get the triple attack, you get the higher defensives, but you still have Pally Smite. I'd probably prefer Pally Monk, but I could see an argument for Pally Warrior. Warrior's like, it's like almost a melee DPS. It brings some pretty good tools to the mix, even though it's a tank. Actually, let's not quit the instance. I wish you could have like a raid instance and a regular instance at the same time. Because then we could go level and I could keep this. I just don't have to re-clear fear. Although at level 50 it wouldn't be that bad. think Paladin, Monk, Berserker could potentially be a legit in-game build. Probably not going to be great for first trio. With gear, yeah. You could make it work with gear. I think Berserker is the most gear-hungry build in the game right now, though. Like, you got to have some upgraded armor to keep that thing alive. Remember that guy who said he tanked Kazakh in offensive stance and a monk? I think he said he tanked Inaruk, which is a little more believable. But, yeah, I still want to see it. Level pet skill to level 8? Like the pet summon? Paladin SK Berserker is meme and quite strong as well once you have gear. Yeah, it's very strong as long as you have someone else healing you. Someone else buffing you. Oh, I guess only the Necro hit 47 and the Warrior... I don't know how the Warrior's only at 4% though. Because we definitely did some clearing on Warrior SK Necro. I guess it didn't save. Maybe the XP bar just isn't that sophisticated. Found out some guards are hostile. Oh yeah, depending on your faction. Not just guards. There's lots of NPCs that'll hate you. You get the higher skill cap for triple attack if you have more than one triple attack class? No. Every class that has triple attack has 100 triple attack. That's it. It never goes higher. That's the wrong one. Too many different bars to manage. Oh, that's another mistake. I should have had Blade Stopper in the secondary. These look identical. I had the wrong one on. 10 AC wasn't gonna make a difference there, though. Okay, where should we go grind? The hole, maybe? Guards not giving XP? I think they changed that a little bit, right? Is it still super bad? What happens if we just go into D0 fear? I wonder if we can hang. I'm gonna get teleported across the map and die probably. I need to get my pet out. Interrupted. Killed so many bosses without ever having to turn off smite or cast a heal. Just mend and lay on hands through everything. Yeah, Paladin Monk is so comfy in terms of your sustain. Smite does end up being a nice chunk of DPS. It was like a third of my DPS when I was playing Paladin and Enchanter Monk. Public Fear has hella trash. Yeah, I know. We're gonna see how this goes. And we were just already here. So I figured why not. Oof, 1.4% XP. Ugh, maybe we'll just go to the hole. That was a little too much work for 1.4% XP. 3 Scarelings? Nope, I'm out. Where's the exit? Oh god. I'm not here? Ended up remaking Ixar Monk Shaman after a tutorial problem last night. I haven't got far. I found a guide on what areas mobs to farm, so I'm just following that. Getting used to some basics. What level did you get up to? Can you do Paladin, Zerk, Monk with using all the combat abilities, or do some of them overlap on timers? Yeah, they all have separate timers, so you can use them all. You can use the kicks and strikes and frenzy and smite, and you can use Berserker Stance to double the cooldown on all those. Pretty juicy. You will probably run out of stamina, but yeah, you can do that. Oh god, they instantly aggroed again. I was too close. Nope! It's over. Alright, we're probably fine. See, now I'm too close to these ones, though. Ooh, can I pick difficulty while laying down? Maybe that's how we could get out of here. Now we can use EQ Buddy to see what our XP per hour is. Yeah, I gotta get somewhere and like reset the timer though. Okay. No! How? I'm literally not near anything. Just let me leave. Oh god, they're still on me. Okay. Now it's really over. I need my horsey. Alright, what if we do this? What if I... combat mim gates. Oh yeah, this is so smart. Okay. And then we just gotta live for like 8 more seconds. And then let's go defensive stance. Inversion invocation. And... leave. What do you think the highest DPS combo in the game is, assuming someone else is tanking for you? Ooh. Shaman, Enchanter. And then probably a melee DPS. Right? Probably like Monk or Rogue. It's definitely Shaman Enchanter. Because Shaman's broken. And then Enchanter has Charm. Yeah, I'd probably just pick up a third. Probably just pick up a melee DPS as the third. Wiz, Druid, Necro? For DPS? I guess it depends on how long the fight is. For burst, maybe. For sustained DPS, though. I haven't taken this combo to the hole yet. We'll see what happens. We were leveling pretty fast at Soul B, but I think we're a little too high for that now. Guck is going to be kind of slow, too. I feel like Plains or the hole is kind of the only place left. I like in Warrior vs. SK. SK Garbo. Never playing it again. I think SK and Beast Lord are both, like, severely in need of a buff right now. Those would be my top two, like, kind of most pointless classes in EQL. Everything else feels like it has a role. Was that Necro saying their pet had stat-wise? People were saying the health is like 9k. I don't know about the rest of the stats. My level 3 so far. I was trying to find a quest first. Died to a few guards trying to hail them. Yeah, if you're an Ixar, everyone's kind of going to hate you off the bat. You're like the evil lizard. Can't seem to find the Everquest buddy thing you showed. How'd you find that? Someone posted it in my Discord. It's kind of new, so it might not be Googleable. It's just off of GitHub. It could be malware, honestly. I don't endorse it. I am using it, though. I did download it without thinking twice. It looks nice. It's clearly made with Claude. It's probably not malicious. Claude won't make malware unless you ask it cleverly. Okay. I'm trying to keep my fear instant. We might have to give that up. I'm just going to jump. We'll just go to the public one for now. Invoke Death 4, level 45 pet, no focus, Shaman 50, buff, 6.8k health, 365 AC. Cleric buffs and focus, and higher level pet, it could be possible. So you're not using the focus at all yet? Oh, hey, what? Where'd you come from? Shaman's an excellent primary because it fits so many builds. Yeah, it fits pretty much every build. It's kind of insane. I might just main it at launch. We need to turn cleave back on. It got turned off. That's why I keep it on the bar. And frenzy. And kick. Oh my goodness. No wonder my DPS is so low. The only downside about this is that we have no haste. Even for a leveling build, it kind of sucks. 138% attack speed. It's like, eh. Should have taken Shaman instead of Necro. You want to play the real launch? One more week. Just, you know, do other stuff. Do your responsibility. Do you have any responsibilities? Go do those. Go get all those done, and then you're ready to play video games. Go grocery shopping. Do a few Quaaludes and lose a week? I don't know about that. That might prevent you from playing video games in the long run. That could have other consequences. That could have other video game prevention consequences. Just got Warrior, Druid, Enchanter to 50. Happy with it. Heard you mention Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter before. How would you compare these? Haven't played Shaman. Shaman's the strongest class in the game, so it's better than everything. Compared to Druid, I don't know how the Druid Heal Blossom line is. I haven't looked at it that closely. But Shaman gets the Slugs healing line, which is probably about as good, I'm guessing. I don't know. Maybe the Druid one's a little better. Druid gets the damage shields. There's not much else that it gets. Shaman gets way better dots. It gets cannibalized, so you have more mana. It gets better buffs. It gets slow, which is a total game changer. It gets haste if you don't already have one. I mean, you're playing Enchanter, so you already have haste covered, but the Shaman slow is a little bit better than the Enchanter slow. And then it gets Puma, which is even more damage. It gets Chloroplast, which is going to give you... Oh, Druid also gets Chloroplast. So, yeah, it really comes down to just like way more DPS from the Shaman, and also a little bit more survivability in the form of a better slow and better stat buffs. Druid would be a lot more viable if Shaman wasn't just so like broken. I think the coolest thing that Druid offers right now is the extra 4% crit AA. So like playing it with Wizard and AoEing things is very fun. But for bossing, that's kind of hard to just nuke down a D4. They're pretty tanky boys. So you kind of steer more towards like longer sustained damage. And Shaman's just so good at that. The Shaman dots are so strong. Druid Hot is much better. Druid dots are more mana efficient. Yeah. I mean, it gets what? Drones of Doom and Immolate. They're more mana efficient, but they also do like a quarter of the damage. So, ooh, 1,000 damage life tap. Also, Shaman comes with a little bit more. Shaman comes with the dot critical damage AA. So, you gotta kind of factor that into when it comes to the mana efficiency on the dots. You can always get Midnight Mallet for slows on bosses. You could, although I did try that this beta, and it did make me want to quit the game. So, keep that in mind. If you go the Midnight Mallet route, you may need to replace a couple keyboards. It's so annoying trying to get those things, dude. Midnight slow is so low, only 30 to 35%. It's good enough. I mean, it's the same as the Bard slow, right? Or like what a Bard or a Rogue would be getting. It's good enough. But yeah, the Shaman and Enchanter one's a lot better. Playing Monk, Berserker, Paladin, it's good. I have a friend who's playing support. Yeah, if you have a friend supporting you, then doing like a Berserker build plus some other DPS is a lot of fun. We're still coping, they'll release surprise content or another difficulty at release. We are, yeah, we are hard coping for D5 on launch. Hard coping that they've just been waiting to surprise us. People are too concerned about ports. You can always go back and get ports at level 50. I mean, you don't really need ports until you start raiding. Because, like, getting over to Permafrost is kind of a pain. Getting to the hole is kind of a pain. But, I could poison these two. I spam life tap on this build usually, but maybe not. Resisted Venom. Okay, that one didn't resist. But yeah, I didn't bother getting ports when I leveled this time around. I just used the Shadow Knight mounts and ran around everywhere, and it was super fast. There was when I first got 40s-ish and I wanted to go to the hole, it was a little rough because I had to pay 40 platinum to that stupid gnome to get to the ocean, and I had to pay another 40 platinum to get from the ocean to Arid's Crossing, or to Aridin, whatever it's called. So, yeah, that was going to get kind of expensive, but just for the one time, it wasn't that bad. And then I went and leveled Druid with all my Twink gear after I got into Plane of Hate and decked out, and it was way faster. The Druid Hot is great, but it's not enough for more than D2, if that. Well, it's just the Shaman Slow is so powerful defensively that even if its healing is worse than Druid, overall it's still going to do a much better job keeping you alive. Now, if you're pairing a Druid with Enchanter, it's not as bad because the Enchanter can bring this slow. But you still got to ask like what the Druid is actually doing for that build in total. It's not doing much. Once you're done leveling, it's just not doing much at max level. Unless you're pairing it with a Wizard. I think the Druid Wizard combo is kind of cool. Charm Pet's not steal XP? No. No, they don't. I don't think any of the XP stealing stuff is an issue here. It'll steal XP if you don't do any damage? Okay, so you just have to hit the mob once. There's no real reason to not be doing damage, because you can't, like, sit and meditate in combat on this server. So you might as well just be hitting things with your pet. Charming Rogue Pet and Buffon's the fastest I leveled in there. Yeah, there are some pretty nasty pets that you can charm in various zones. Getting the Gargoyle pet and Plane of Hate and just running around clearing the whole instance with that thing is so juicy. I don't know if I'm strong enough for this. These guys are kind of kicking my ass. .5% XP. Maybe we should go back to Guck. I think we'd be better off with this build just slaughtering a bunch of blues. So for my first trio, I want more sustain, thus I want slow Mallow, aka Shaman. Yeah. Yeah, I decided I want more survivability and damage and utility and everything in the game. Therefore, I picked Shaman. Also, it allows me to start as Ogre, which is the best race in the game. Therefore, I picked Shaman. Oh yeah, I have Skull Bash now. I forgot about Skull Bash. Berserker Stiff. Okay, let's go kill weak mobs in Guck. Or where else? It's kind of the only option. I don't think there's enough mobs in Soul B anymore. We're starting to overclear it already at 45. Permafrost? Wait, unironically, that might be better. Hold on. I'm going to go to Permafrost. We need to go West Karana. Are ports the only ritual spells you get with Druid while leveling? I think so. I think the only rituals are Bind, I guess Gate, probably. Yeah, Bind, Gate, Shrink, and Ports. I think that's it. Are there any other ones? Shrink from Shaman and Beasts. Does Beast get Shrink? Yeah, they might. I'm not sure. Go to the weaker side? Too late. Too late, we're going to polar bears. Polar bears is pretty good. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's like 8 or 9 of them in the bottom room. And then you got like the 4 wolves and the 2 spiders and the other 2 bears. That's like 8 more. And you got 2 more up top. So it's like almost 20 mobs. That should be enough. That should be enough. The Soul Bee Imp rotation only has like maybe a dozen. Plus, they're very easy mobs. None of them like cast or anything. Is it Journey Man's boots? There we go. There we go. Plus, how much speed? Plus 3 speed. Does Ogre Stun immunity work if you have an illusion on? I think so. I haven't really done a lot of illusion stuff. You can get a shrink clicky from Black Burrow. Yep. Yep. Pretty early. Like a level 10 boss. If your actual race is Ogre, yes. If you are using Ogre illusion as a human, no. You don't gain stun immunity from an Ogre illusion? Wow. What's the point? Level 15 for Shrink Clicky? Well, you'd be level 13 for regular Shrink, right? So it's not much sooner. When's the earliest you really need to shrink? I mean, you don't need to shrink until you go into the second half of Befallen. You're level 13 by then. Or 15, probably. Can we just stick an out-of-era druid or wizard teleport like right next to the entrance to Permafrost? That would balance this out. The druid port locations are so much nicer than the wizard ones. Problem is getting to Befallen as an ogre. It is a problem. You can use the gnome to get from Freeport to Kinos, but you have to do that without getting killed by guards. I mean, some classes get invis pretty early. Doesn't mage get invis at like level 8s? I mean, everybody should be using a mage for the first 10 levels anyways, so that might do it. That might get it done. You can pick Ogre, do a race achievement to unlock different class primaries like Paladin, and then race switch before locking in for level 11. Yeah. I was planning on doing that, but at this point, like, Shaman is so strong, I'm probably just going to start Shaman primary. And just do Paladin secondary at level 10. If you had to say one build was the most OP, would you say Paladin, Enchanter, Monk? It's probably Paladin, Enchanter, Shaman. And if not Charming, then probably Paladin, Necro, Shaman, but maybe not. Maybe I can make an argument for Monk over Necro. We need to get to 50 and test the Necro pet like properly upgraded. That's the last. That's kind of like the last missing ingredient for Necro that I haven't done. That's going to be the make or break. He mages faster than Wiz to 10. Wiz was crazy fast. Because of the water pet, yeah, I do think mage is probably a little bit better. Wiz, I'm sure Wiz is totally good though. Mage is strong 1 to 10. Shaman plus mage. Shaman sucks 1 to 10. I mean, if it's your primary, you don't have a choice. But I mean, you can always change your primary. I would probably do, if I was starting ogre, I'd probably do berserker mage or warrior mage, something that can just bop. And then at level 10, swap the primary to shaman, swap the mage to whatever, and lock it in. Monk necro shaman over paladin necro shaman. Could be. It might depend on gear. The gnome teleports you from Freeport to Kinos. Is that the translocation person on the dock? Yeah. Yeah, you gotta make your way to the docks without getting guard whacked. You can change primary to 10, just go war mage. Yeah, I think either warrior mage or berserker mage, and then swap it at the last second. Could go beast mage. You could. I would go beast wizard though. If you're gonna go the beast route, you don't need mage because you're doing mage for the pet. So if you're doing beast, then just use the beast pet and then do wizard, and then you could nuke a little bit better. Definitely have some kind of pet class from 1 to 10. That's gonna be super helpful. And then you can always get rid of it before you ding 11. Dude, the snow orcs look so fresh. Like, look how drippy this is. Bro, everything. Look at his little fur. Look at his little fur boots with his toesies out. Look at this tunic with the stitching. He's got his UFC belt on. Like, he's got this, like, purple frown. This is so drippy. I don't know why we have to make so many cat races. Like, can't we just make orcs playable? Holy. No, he's dead. Beast pet not requiring components is real nice for 1 to 10. True. That is true. Yeah, you gotta know where the malachite vendors are if you're a mage. Does Auguk not have one? You might have to go to Grob if you start ogre to get your malachite. I mean, you're heading to Enethul either way. But yeah, I could see Beast being a little faster. Orcs and goblins playable would be peak. I think we have the technology. See, that would be worthy of a microtransaction, dude. If they want to charge me $10 to unlock orc, yeah, okay, I'll do 20. Do you guys know how long my Kazakh Thule instance will stay alive? For some reason I have the number 3 hours in my head. Is that correct? I don't know where I heard that. I might just have to get rid of it, unfortunately. Somebody might already be camping these. Nope, we're good. Okay, that is a lot of polar bears. Let's get some dots rolling. This might have been too many polar bears. Okay. Defensive stance. My life taps are getting kind of bullied. We're doing great. We're making progress. We're cleaving. Look at all their health bars. We're doing great. We're doing so good. We got this. We got like 3 more life taps. We really want to pull 4 at a time, not 7. Ideally. Killing ice giants? No, we're going to be killing polar bears, frosty spiders, and frost wolves. I don't know what they're actually called. Something like that. Mostly polar bears. But not this many. No, this is slightly inefficient what's happening right now. I jumped down here at the wrong angle. Ogric has a Malachite vendor, general supplies guy near the front. Oh, okay. That's convenient, actually. Right on the way out. I like these 330 damage cleaves that we get in Frenzy. Ooh. Playable Wisp? You don't even have to make gear models for it. See how much Vampiric Embrace goes off against these guys? It must actually just be a level thing. Playable Shadow Man. I don't know if I think it's going to top Playable Wisp. That's pretty funny. Unless we go the opposite extreme. Playable Griffin. Playable Magaffin. Yeah, all your attacks just do the biz audio. Glad to see you're still around. I followed you when you were playing BDO. What's up, Nicholas? How you doing? Turn Tauntaun for Warder, just let it die and resummon mid-fight. Is that the strat for 1 to 10? A polar bear resisted venom of the snake? What am I even doing? Okay, I guess we'll just life tap. A giant dire wolf, that's what they're called. But they are also snow. They're like polar wolves. They're like dire polar wolves. They're not like regular dire wolves, you know? I might just pop the Shaman back in over Berserker. I wanted to get the Berserker to 50 and play around with it, but I don't know how much time we're gonna have. We could do, you know what would be fun? We could do Warrior Berserker Shaman and see if we could actually kill D4 bosses in Berserker stance with that combo. Snakes lose to polar bears? Is there any animal that beats a polar bear? Have to be like a lion or something, right? Honey badger? I mean, maybe psychologically, but I don't know about physically. Is Enchanter mana regen significant in EQL? It's pretty good, yeah. You get some mana regen AAs, and then you get Clarity, and then you get a spell called Wandering Minds, which you'll probably only use on bosses. It's like a mana dot. You also get, is it Theft of Thought? There's a spell. It's like a 2 or 3 minute cooldown. It's kind of a long cooldown, but there's a spell that'll just steal a big chunk of mana from the boss as well. So yeah, it's got a lot of stuff. The Lich buff from Necro is a little bit better, but besides that, Enchanter's really, really good for mana. Which is leading Warrior or SK? Warrior. Yeah, SK's banned. We're only gonna level SK on launch for the achievement. It's very underwhelming right now, unless they buff it. Taps are not unresistible. They have a minus 100 or 200. Yeah, I mean, if you're like fighting something like this, it's basically unresistible, but technically they could get resisted at minus 200. An African elephant would smash a polar bear? You think so? Aren't they kind of prey animals to some of the bigger African predators? Or is that only like the baby elephants? When is the beta over? To hear in 2 days? Yeah, it's over on Tuesday. I don't know when. I don't know if it's like Tuesday nights. Empiric Embrace is save versus magic. Most bosses have a save versus magic. Well, I don't see it doesn't even get resisted though. It just like doesn't go off at all against bosses. So the theory right now is that it has to do with the difference between your level and the boss's level. Because it'll go off against mobs like this, but then as soon as I go fight a level 55 or level 60 boss, it just doesn't proc the whole fight. Are all int builds viable? No. A pure int build is pretty bad. It's one of the worst builds in the game right now. But you could do like double int plus a tank or a healer or something and make that work. Druid fits pretty well with int classes because the extra crit, and then you can use it to kind of sustain and buff yourself too and stay alive. Tuesday 9 PST is when beta closes. Want to see the scariest looking animal in the world? Google shaved bear. They look scarier without fur. In the wild, other marine predators like orcas and large male walruses can kill adult polar bears in self-defense, while packs of Arctic wolves have been known to target their cubs. Yeah, the cubs is cheating, though. I didn't think about walrus, dude. Orcas. What's a polar bear doing trying to fight an orca? That's just... I mean, that's on the polar bear at that point. I didn't think of fighting an orca, bro. That's like... What are we doing? Get back on land. Hippo's pretty scary, yeah. I saw a hippo at the zoo once. I did not want to fight it. I did not think to myself I could take that thing. The higher your dexterity is, the higher your proc chances. Maybe. Doesn't say that on here. Hippo weighs more than your car? Yeah, I wouldn't want to fight my car either. Hippos kill more people than any other non-insect animal every year. Yeah, you guys gotta stop picking fights with hippos. Huh? I would have not guessed hippo. Non-insect is kind of crazy though. Insects do be kind of winning, don't they? When are we gonna do something about these insects, boys? Is Paladin versus Warrior closer? Does Warrior seem thick, if you will? I think Warrior's got some cool stuff over Paladin. Yeah, I mean, just better offensive skills, triple attack, the ability to dual wields, some inherent tankiness with the higher AC, the regen, the parry. I still think Paladin's better, but if you're playing like a really mana-hungry class, or a mana-hungry combo, like people were saying with Paladin, Shaman, Monk, they were running out of mana. So I could see some combos like doing Warrior, Monk, Shaman instead. Could be pretty cozy. I don't see any reason to play a Shadow Knight though in any combo ever, unfortunately. I wish it weren't so. Does AC from shields equipped in the NE slot go beyond soft cap? No, only in the secondary. I still end up with shields in my NE slots just because they have so much AC. And the focus effects that you get in secondaries is usually really good. But, yeah, it does not exceed the soft cap the same way the secondary slot does. Warrior, Ranger plus Cleric or Shaman, any goods? Warrior, Ranger, Shaman would be very good. Yeah. That would be very strong. Warrior, Ranger, Cleric is missing too much utility. You could probably pull it off, but it's going to be much more difficult than the Shaman. Because you don't... Does Ranger get a self-haste? I don't know if you can haste cap. The biggest thing you're missing is a slow. Not being able to slow is a big deal. You could maybe get Midnight Mallets, but it's like not really a fun item to have to farm. Yeah, Cleric... I don't know. I feel like Shaman's kind of just better than Cleric. Like, theoretically, the Cleric has better healing, but the Shaman just brings so much more to the table. I haven't really seen much reason to run Cleric right now. Warrior Monk Shaman sounds like a blast. I think that'll be a very popular combo. I think, in general... Monk Shaman X is going to be extremely popular. And X could be almost anything. It's a big drawback to only have half mana due to 2 classes without spells. If you're doing Shaman, Monk, Warrior, it's a drawback. I don't know if it's a big drawback. I mean, you still have Cannibalize to get your mana back. And all you really need to do with that build, you've got so much sustain with the Warrior and the Monk, you're not going to be needing to like funnel heals super hard. You're just going to cast Slugs Healing, the heal over time. You're going to cast that once every like 40 seconds, depending on your AAs and stuff. And then you're going to slow the boss initially. You only need to cast that every 3 minutes. You're going to rotate probably Poison and Disease dots. Those are the most efficient ones. Maybe the Magic one as well, depending on the boss. So like 2 to 3 dots. That's going to be your biggest mana expenditure. And then you're going to have Cannibalize every 3 minutes. I don't think you'll have to like straight up cast that many heals. You should be sustaining pretty good with the Warrior Regen and the Monk Min. And Slugs Healing. Bard, Bard, Bard. If we could triple class... it would still be Shaman. Did they revamp Perma? Is it just near Vox? Perma has not been revamped yet. They talked about it. I think it's one of the next ones that's coming, but not yet. My brother and I grew up playing Shaman Monk duoing as kids. Good memories of that duo. Yeah, that's like one of the most iconic classic duos. Need to make my bash work with the shield and any. Just play Ogre and Slam and you're do like just as much damage as bash anyways. I think it's bugged. It does so much damage, dude. Point of playing as a Pally and SK is mainly for long-term stuff, like the Celis horse and cool weapons. Long-term? What do you mean, like Kunark long-term? I mean, we'll have everything maxed by then. That's 6+ months away. Kunark's gonna be dropping in like December, January. I'm gonna be level 50 everything by December. We will be ready to go. Are there any weapons with a slow proc in Classic? There's Midnight Mallet with a slow clicky. There's a couple weapons that can proc slow, but they are weapons that can only be used by classes that can already slow anyways, so they're kind of pointless. Like there's a shaman one, I think, and then maybe an enchanter one, but like if you're a shaman or enchanter, you just cast the spell. There's Midnight Mallet, and then there's the slow stone amber that monks can use. I don't know a lot about that one. I think it has charges, but they might have changed it. If they made it so that you can use it over and over again, then that's actually kind of legit. But I don't know if it's sustainable. Because if it has charges, like I don't know if it drops often enough to be recharged. Is there a penalty for pairing monk with a tank class going over the monk weight limits? Kind of, but you still get so much AC from the tank that it's worth it to go over the weight limit. Eventually what you do is you get the pack rat AA, and then this reduces your weight by 50% when you max it out, and then you level up your gear, and every time you level up your gear it also gets lighter. So eventually you get the full monk AC even if you're like in full plate. But yeah, I mean, you will get penalized as a monk, but the penalty won't outweigh the extra AC that you get from the tank. You just won't get as much of a bonus. Back in the old days, Slam did more damage than Bash. That was the OG day. And then that's how it feels in this server, dude. Slam is so strong. Here, what's it doing to these polar bears? Bro, it's 7% of my damage. I don't have improved Bash. I'm not bad. This is just Slam. That's so good. It's the same amount of damage as Cleave. It's crazy. Cleaving with a two-hander. Can't do that on a Frog Lock. Hoping it releases on Steam at some point. It's less likely. Did they ever release, like, regular EQ on Steam? Why do you want it to be on Steam? Oh, they did? Okay, maybe they'll release this on Steam then. What do you think is the best primary starting class to pick with the best top tier options? Shaman is the best one to pick. It's very broken, and it allows you to start as Ogre, which is also very broken. But ultimately, it depends on what your vinyl build's going to be. And it's kind of situational. Thoughts on Paladin Wiz Ranger? It's kind of sick. Spellblade, some wizard nukes. It'd be fun for leveling. You don't have a slow, so raiding is hard. Raiding is going to be hard. Also, it's going to be very thirsty for mana in a raid setting where you're in a longer fight. Wizard and Pally are both thirsty. You don't have any kind of mana regen from Necro or Enchanter or Bard. So, it would be a more difficult than the meta combos, but you could gear it up and make it work. It sounds fun. It's 3 really fun classes. Wizard gets some mana regen, right? From the familiar? Or am I thinking of something else? I'm playing Monk, Shaman, Bards. I think live it'll be Monk, Shaman, Enchanter. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Enchanter is going to give you a lot more than the Bard will. Charm is so good now. Now that you can upgrade it. Prototype with a super chat. Thank you for doing that, man. I appreciate you sharing your knowledge with us and doing such a great job keeping up with questions. Not easy to do. Where I was so behind on chat earlier when I was trying to clear fear. I was like sitting there in between the mini bosses trying to... It's so hard to like kill terror at level 46 on D4 and read chat at the same time. It's pretty easy while grinding though. Like this is pretty easy to keep up on chat while grinding. You like your walled garden? You only gonna play things on Steam? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the... I haven't heard any Steam-related plans. Don't want to waste time on trade skills and beta, but alchemy looks great. Never tinkered. Is that good too? I don't know. I am not a trade skill expert at all. That's probably my biggest gap in knowledge for this game, is trade skills. The most crafting I ever did in EQ was like leveling up blacksmithing high enough to make banded. Or jewel crafting for the HP rings. That's about it. I don't really do anything else. I didn't ever touch alchemy or brewing or any of that stuff. Early game banded was sick though. Gonna go Fletch and Alchemy on live. I mean, I'll do them all eventually. I'm sure there's like achievements or something for it. I'm gonna go really completionist on live because we'll have a lot more time. But I just for beta, I was like, yeah, I'd rather spend my time testing class combos. Kind of just ignoring trade skills until launch. We're doing that thing again where we're fighting too many polar bears at once. I think like one more level and we can start clearing these on spawn. I can't quite keep up yet. A little too slow. You're playing with 3 people. Oh, so for Paladin, Wizard, Ranger? Yeah, that's a dope group build for sure. For sure, play that in a group. As long as someone in the group can throw some slows and hit you with some clarity, then you'll have a great time. You'll be able to hold threat really well. You'll be able to hold threat super well between like Ranger Dots and Wizard Nukes. There's almost nothing you can do wrong if you're playing in a group. Like, unless everyone's playing a meme build. There's, I mean, with 16 classes and everybody playing 3 classes, if you're playing with 2 or 3 people, odds are you're going to have your bases covered. Think they will make a bunch of class changes or additions before launch? No, I don't. I think they might give something to Beast Lord. Other than that, I don't know. It's so close now. Like, have they talked about it at all in the recent streams? I'm sure people are like asking them about class balance constantly. I remember doing trade skills as a guild. Some mega item needed a bunch of trade skill made stuff. Yeah, doing it as a guild was definitely to play. I mean, some of those trade skills cost like thousands and thousands of plat to max out in Classic. So yeah, doing it as a guild was definitely the play. Scream of Death buff. They could buff Shadow Knight. I mean, I think they should, but they just haven't really been so far. They've been continually like giving Beast Lord little cookies here and there. Same with Ranger. Ranger, like a month ago, was in a real bad spot, and now it's very solid. So I think they'll probably give Beast Lord a little more. I mean, I'd be pleasantly surprised if they suddenly slapped some buffs on Shadow Knight, but I just haven't seen any signals of that. I think they'll give Monk a pass. Monk is fine. What do you... what do you want him to do to Monk? What are the biggest pros and cons he's seeing between SK and Warrior with Shaman and Necro on both? Pros, Warrior's better at everything. Cons, Shadow Knight is trash. Warrior has more armor, more damage, more sustain. Shadow Knight has less armor, less damage, less sustain. That's pretty much what... That's pretty much the findings. Chances we see day one launch patch notes? Yeah, there will definitely be. What do you mean day one? You mean like a patch with launch, or you mean like the day after launch? Yeah, there will be a big patch on Tuesday when the game drops for sure. There's updates every Tuesday, so that I don't think they'll skip launch day. They'll have stuff that they're working on that week that'll be ready to go. Only good thing about Shadow Knight is the steed. That's true. Okay, I should be fair. Yeah, Shadow Knight does have a better horse. Technically, Shadow Knight has better weapons too. But what's the point? Not good enough to make me want to play it over Warrior. Especially in this build. If we were combining it with another melee, then I'd be tempted with the Shadow Knight, because it's like, okay, now we're actually... Now melee damage is a like a bigger part of the performance, but yeah, combining it with Shaman Necro, you're all about the magic damage anyways, so getting a weapon with a better ratio is sort of a... It's like nice, but not essential. We did find one Shadow Knight spell that Necro doesn't have, where you steal attack rating. So that's kind of neat. Probably not better than having triple attack. So, you know. Probably still go with Warrior. There were a ton of changes between closed and open beta. There will definitely be a ton of changes between open beta and launch. I think so, yeah. I mean, pretty much every Tuesday, they drop a pretty significant patch. We might actually have to go back to the whole... I think this is gonna take too long. I don't know. There's just, like, not really any fast spots at this level, though, honestly. I think no matter where we go, it's gonna take a while. Fangle Warrior weapon is good. If you're two-handing, yeah, Fangle's pretty good. If they make Spellblade better, Shadow Knight could be good using life taps on it. I think you're better off just playing Paladin and putting your heal on a life tap if they increase, or putting your heal on Spellblade. I mean, if they increase Spellblade. Life taps, like when they crit, it's nice, but when they don't crit, you kind of just wish that you would cast a heal instead. The heals are just a lot more efficient. And they only crit like, what, like 6% of the time or something? What's my spell crit? 10%. So 1 out of 10 of your life taps, you're like, yeah. And then the other 9 out of 10, you're like, I should have healed. What's the healing curve? I haven't even invested in that one. Is it also 10%? I don't even know what it's called. I doubt SK dot speed Paladin Smite, so why even bother? All the SK spells are pretty underwhelming for the most part. I mean, some of the debuffs, like being able to steal armor and steal attack, is cool. But yeah, I overall just don't think it's enough. Would Kedge be good XP at this level? No, there's not enough mobs, and the mobs that are there at this level are like druids and clerics, and they heal, and it's too slow. Kedge is actually really good in like the 30s, because you just swim around killing sharks, and the zone seems to have a really high experience multiplier. But once the sharks turn light blue, or even blue, because there's not that many of them, you want to kill them while they're like white and yellow. Then it kind of sucks, because if you try to kill like the mermaids and the seahorses, it's just not. Farming any kind of cleric or druid type mob, any kind of priest mob, is just bad. It's always kind of inefficient. The only exception is probably the new split pod. You have to deal with some clerics in there, but there's also a lot of like wizards and mages that die super fast, so I feel like it kind of evens out. That zone is also really good now in the 30s. Although I do wish the loot was better. I was pretty disappointed with the loot in there after the revamp. They made the early zone revamps like super juicy, and then Split Paw has like maybe 1 or 2 good things, but nothing really amazing. Probably the best thing that you get in there is the very first boss has another has a mana cost focus, so you don't have to do running eye. But yeah, a lot of the other Split Paw loot was kind of meh. Can you class mana burn? Yes. Enchanters can. I think Paladins can to a lesser extent. Rip pet. Maybe Bard? I don't know. Who else can mana burn? Necro can't. Paladin gets an 18-second cooldown, 100 mana drain. It's pretty bad. You probably wouldn't use this. The Enchanter one is really good, though. I did that wrong. I used Enchanter to zero out boss mana all the time. Because you get Theft of Thought, which is a 2-minute cooldown, but it gives the mana to you. And then you have Mana Sieve, which is 8 seconds. You can cast this every 8 seconds, and it's unresistible. And then you have Wandering Mind, which reduces their mana regen and boosts yours the same amount. And then you can double that amount with Recovery Invocation. So yeah, Enchanter does a lot. I don't know if anyone else really does. when it comes to mana. Or mana burn. Relying on procs is no good. Yeah, I mean, you could use, like, kind of mid-level spells, and they proc pretty consistently, but there's just so many other good invocations that you would rather use most of the time. Because, I mean, you can just... Let's say you have, like, I was using Discordant Minds, the Enchanter nuke, on Paladin, and I was spellblading that, and it was pretty good. But if I were to just turn on Inversion, spam Discordant Mind 10 times, and then switch to Recovery, and, like, get that mana back, that'd probably get me more Discordant Minds in the same amount of time than Spellblade would. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing some buffs to Spellblade. Oh, I forgot we have our XP tracker. What does it say I'm at? It's very confused because we swapped classes. It does not know how much XP we've gained. I need to reset it. I was trying to see if it would give me, like, a history. Okay, let's just do this. EQ buddy. Okay, let's see if it works. The DPS meter on this one definitely got confused earlier. But, XP tracker's probably more straightforward. How bad is a Paladin Smite mana drain over time, assuming you aren't including a Berserker and Wayne Paladin against Warrior from my ex-Necro Shaman build? It's a lot of mana, but if you're playing Necro, you should be able to handle it. Necro will give you Lich, which will drastically increase your mana regen. So, in that combo, I would say Paladin is going to be pretty good. Probably the best option for your tank. But if you do want to be a little more heavy on the casting, then you can go Warrior to save the mana. But I would pick Paladin personally. That might be the exact build I go at launch, actually. Either Paladin, Shaman, Necro, or Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter. $80% per hour? Sounds like a lot, but it's not. I'm used to gaining multiple levels per hour. Oh god, it's plummeting. Now we're only at 70 per hour. Quick, kill the mobs. Get that number up. Okay, 106% per hour. There we go, there we go. I think this is accurate. That feels right. Next level in 57 minutes? That's not correct. I don't think it's reading my current XP for that. It thinks I just hit level 46 for some reason. No, you hit the wrong... Why would you go after the spider? You see how the pet trolls you on purpose? I literally hit the wolf first. He still goes after the spider. There's an update to EQ Buddy to give more info. Tracks AA per hour now. I did a bunch of AA testing off stream the other day, and it was exactly 2.5x your regular XP. So I think they changed it because it was the same whether I was killing blues, reds, yellows. It was always exactly 2.5, 2.5x whatever the level XP was. So I think they standardized it now. I don't know if you need to track it separately. Have they said if EQ Buddy will be allowed? Oh, I don't know. I'm using it. Am I gonna get banned? Does it do anything sketchy? I mean, it's just a tracker. Why would they care? I don't think it like casts your abilities for you or anything. Fairly heavily geared, Berserker, Paladin, Shaman. Mana is an issue on long fights, but recovery stance is very helpful. Smite was usually doing 20 to 30% of my damage. Okay, that sounds about right. Are you running Berserker stance in D4 with that build, Hutch? Paladin Necro Bard for sustain? Nah, swap the Bard out for Shaman. Always swap Bard out for Shaman, you guys. Bard is a leveling build. Get it out of here for raids. Get that Shaman in there for raids. Alright, so we're getting about a level an hour. Okay, let's reset it since it just dinged. It's going to be a little different at 47. Do instances give less XP and less drops than open worlds? No, I actually think it might be the other way around. I think the open world zones might be harder because they're like tuned for groups. I could be wrong about that, though. That could just be something that I read somewhere. But no, they don't penalize you at all for using instances. It reads logs like the parser does. Yeah, but it doesn't understand all the abilities as well as the parser. Like, it was counting cannibalize as my damage, even though I'm hitting myself with it. I'm not hitting the enemy with it. So, like, it's a little bit confusing on the parsing. It's still cool, though. I like it a lot.
This is just absurd at this point.
Zio, 101 months. Yikes, dude. You don't have anything better to spend your money on? You excited for launch? Wasn't sure if it was against the EULA. We'll find out. I don't think so. I mean, it's pretty much the same as EQ log parser, but it also parses like your XP rates and your drops. But I don't think it actually interacts with the game. It's not like a bot or anything, so I don't think there's any reason why they would be mad about it. And if so, then just go like this. Just go put it on the other monitor and see. Look, now no one knows I'm using it. It's not like they can like detect it. When I was streaming Final Fantasy XIV, I had the DPS meter behind my webcam the whole time, dude. That's super illegal. They'll ban you for that. More effort to cancel? No, yeah, that's true, dude. That's true. Twitch's UI. It's rough these days. What do you use for stamina sustain? On this build, absolutely nothing. Every once in a while, it runs out, and I click balance stance. And that is about it. On the regular build, we use Chloroplast from the Shaman. And that gives you another 10 points of stamina regen, which is really nice. But the other build, we're usually just chilling in defensive stance. So we're not burning as much stamina. The stamina is all getting burned defensively instead of offensively. But it still can get pretty rough in long fights. I didn't have any issues with stamina on any bosses until D4 Kazakh Thule at level 46. So I don't think it'll be an issue at 50. Which is when you should be fighting D4 Kazakul. But yeah, other builds, like when I was playing Paladin, Enchanter, we definitely did have to do a little stance dancing in the longer fights and get balance stance and get some endurance back. But I was also using like very ghetto gear. I was using a +2 Ghoulbane to fight D4 bosses. Would Warrior, Berserker, Rogue be endurance heavy? It would. Yeah, I've tried that. I've tried leveling with like the triple DPS builds. They sound really fun in theory, but they kind of run out of stamina constantly. So it's a little rough. You got to put Shaman in there, unfortunately. You got to put Shaman in every build, boys. You just got to do it. I wish they weren't putting a hole in availability on the week I have time to play. You could do Ranger and 2 other melees. That would be a little bit better, because Ranger gets like a self-chloroplast. The problem is you don't get it till 50, so for leveling, you're still pretty much out of stamina the whole time. There's something in my eye. Shaman until they nerf it into the grounds. Nerf it? They buffed it in beta. That Slug's healing line is new. They said, Shaman's not doing enough. Let's give him even more... Let's give him a really good healing spell. They just aren't bringing enough to the table. I think they were trying to make it so that people picked the other priest classes and not just cleric, because cleric meta was like so heavy in closed beta. But I do think it's kind of indirectly made Shaman just like giga mandatory. It went from cleric being mandatory to Shaman being mandatory. Honestly, I don't even think cleric was that mandatory in closed beta. I think people kind of just got sucked into that. Because it was so, like, easy. Just pressing promise renewal every 20 seconds or whatever it is. What if I party with a buffer that already has a Shaman? Then you still pick Shaman because of the ridiculous amount of dot damage that it brings, and Puma. Yeah, you can't get around it. Shaman is inevitable. Is Warrior Necro Shaman very gear dependent? No. It's like hardly gear dependent at all. All your damage is going to come from the Necro and the Shaman when you're fresh 50 or when you're like fresh 46. And then as you get more gear dependent, the Warrior will start to matter a lot more. But in the beginning, just sword and shield defensive stance on the Warrior and kind of ignoring your melee DPS and focusing on magic, you'll do really well. You can crush bosses like that really easily. Plus, Warrior gear is very easy to get. The armor is very easy to get. The weapons are... someone fighting upstairs. Someone taking my mobs. I'm in a public zone right now. So. But yeah, if you just go straight to Plane of Hate at level 46, and you hang out there from like 46 to 48 or 49, you'll get like a full set of Warrior gear anyways. You won't be able to upgrade it super quickly, but just getting it to like +1, +2 is pretty easy and super strong. Tried swapping Shaman for Monk. Berserker Paladin Monk was fun. My endurance dropped faster than toilet paper supply during COVID. I was scrolling up to see what you said about the Berserker Stance Hutch. So you haven't tried to do D4. Okay. Yeah, no, if you're doing it with a friend, if you're doing D4 with a friend, I think Berserker Stance is great. But soloing with Berserker Stance does seem pretty rough. See, Velkor's Labyrinth, I wish, dude. You know how good the XP would be there compared to this? No, we won't get to do Velkor's Labyrinth until 2028. Do we know if they're planning to go like Kunark Velius, or are they gonna go Kunark and then just like go crazy and make up stuff after that? Because they talked about kind of like revamping the expansions, so I don't know what it looks like long term. I feel like they kind of they have to follow the they have to like follow the path a little bit for nostalgia. But they don't have to follow it exactly. Where do you guys think the nostalgia kind of falls off a cliff with EQ? Planes of Power? Do you think that's the last one? Or do you think there's still expansions after that that people are like, oh, I want to play that again on EQL? They said 5 expansions? Okay. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Because that would be Planes of Power, right? That's kind of, yeah. I think a lot of people, that's where the game peaked, was Planes of Power. I only played until like the beginning of Luckland. Been playing Bard Cleric Warrior with PR strats. Do you think Bard Shaman Warrior is better? No, you do. Well, yes, but you could drop the Bard as well. You could just do Warrior and Shaman, and that's already better than Warrior Cleric Bard. Yeah, you do like Warrior Shaman Monk, or you do Warrior Shaman Necro. And I think that's way better. Want a solid melee at launch and I'm struggling. Paladin, Enchanter, Rogue. I'm trying to decide if I 1 to 10 is Pal Rogue or something else. No, definitely something else. Paladin sucks from 1 to 10. Rogue's okay. Does Rogue have backstab yet? Rogue might suck as well. Do you know what race you're starting? Whatever your, for 1 to 10, your secondary class is always Mage or Beast Lord. It's something like that, some kind of pet class. If your primary is already a pet class, then your secondary is Wizard. And then at level 10, you swap it all right before you hit level 11. Anything after Planes of Power doesn't matter. Kunark is the only confirmed, but 5 X-Packs. Was there something in between? There was something in between Luckland and Planes of Power, right? What was the 4th expansion? What's the highest level Necro Pets? You get it at level 48. I think it comes out at level 39? That's what the other pets were? Maybe 40? You start with backstab? Okay. Yeah, that'd be okay then. Monk would be better. PvP on THJ was so fun. The extra boss they made was peak. I think it's less not going past 5 X-Packs and more they'll be doing their own thing after is my guess. Which is frankly the right move, right? I mean, that's kind of why I was asking you guys the question. Like, is anyone really like, oh, I hope they do the thing after Planes of Power? I don't even know what came after Planes of Power. Then again, I don't know what came before Planes of Power either. I only know Kunark, Velius, Luckland. And then after that, it's fuzzy for me. Legacy of Yakisha? Okay. And then POP was number 5? Okay. Wait, Vanilla, Kunark, Villius, Luckland, POP. No, that's not right. POP was the 4th? Oh, okay. I thought there was something in between Luckland and POP. Only got to 9 in the beta, started late. Play with a good melee combo is hard. I mean, leveling with melee is really fun. You just don't do it from 1 to 10. Because pet classes are so strong. And nukes are so strong. But yeah, as soon as you hit level 10, you lock in your real build, and then you can level melee from there. You can get some really good melee weapons really early in the game from Befallen. And start blasting. Crushbone has some good super early game weapons now too. You can go dual wield some whips if you're into that. Blackburrow got revamped. Has some good early melee gear. You want a solo Avatar of War? Lost Dungeons of the North was the best expansion. I do see people talking about Eldon in general chat. That seems like one people like. It seems like one that would integrate well into this type of server too. Who is Yakesha? Yakisha. And how is it pronounced? So it looks like about 95% an hour, a little bit less than a level an hour is our base stuff. Which I don't know. I don't know if you can expect much better at this level. It slows way down in the 40s. What's the strongest trio I've played so far? I really liked Paladin, Enchanter, Monk. I think Paladin, Enchanter, Shaman is probably better though. Not probably, it's definitely better. Even though I haven't played it, I'm confident that it will be better. Based on other combos that I've been playing. First one has a DS clicky chest. Yeah, that thing's really good. It's like a 4 damage shield that you can use really early on. That's a lot of damage at that level. Pull multiple mobs at once, and they all whittle each other down, whittle themselves down. Lost Dungeons was good because I had a bunch of people who played at the same time. It could almost be a guaranteed group anytime I logged in. That's always good. Loosing the block. For which combo? Oh yeah, I've got AAs to spin, boys. What should we get? I was kind of looking at Stoicism. Some of those fights against CT, when he multi-classes into Monk, it's a lot of push. I was thinking about getting Stoicism or just getting the mana cost. Reducing mana cost by 10% is also pretty crazy. We should probably prioritize that. Hard to give up Monk while leveling. It's a really good leveling class. It's a really good rating class. It's pretty much good the whole time. Paladin, Enchanter, Shaman was really good. Far better than when I did Paladin, Cleric, Enchanter. Yeah, I don't see how you can beat Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter. The Shaman is like well over 200 DPS. The Enchanter pet is over 200 DPS. The Paladin keeps you alive. Gives you plate, gives you sick weapons. Lay on hands. Ethereal cleansing plus slugs healing. Do those stack? Has anyone tried stacking those? I think they stack, but even if they don't, like, you still have so much sustain. You get all your buffs. You get mana regen. Spam smite to your heart's content. I feel like Enchanter Shaman has so much overlap. That's what I thought until this beta. Until I actually leveled a Shaman and experienced how ridiculous it was. Because last beta I was playing Paladin, Enchanter, plus a melee. And I played a bunch of different melees, Rogue, Monk, Ranger. And people were like, oh, why don't you use Shaman instead of Enchanter? And I'm like, well, or they're like, you know, why don't you use Shaman instead of Monk? And I'm like, well, you know, the Enchanter does all the stuff the Shaman does. I don't need a Shaman. And now that I played Shaman, I'm like, oh my god, I need a Shaman. Like, it's so busted. I thought Necro would be the class that has all the crazy in-game dots. And it's not, dude. It's like the Shaman dots are way better than the Necro dots. It's like not even close. And then you throw in Puma. Where can I play this? I've never played Everquest. Well, this is the beta. You can pre-order it. EverQuestLegends.com, I guess. I don't... Probably what the website is. You can pre-order it and play the beta for the next couple days, but the beta's done on Tuesday. But then the game launches... Where are these guys coming from? The game launches next Tuesday. Fingers crossed. Do you guys think they're going to delay it? I think if they were going to delay it, they would have announced it by now. Okay, I am slightly in trouble here. That was a lot of mobs. None of the same duration hots, slugs, ethereal, celestial stack. Clerics, echo. Oh, so you can't stack ethereal with slugs? Okay, that is kind of a bummer then. But I still think Paladin's the way to go. Lay on hands is fantastic. Smite's fantastic. What about the Necro dots are bad? They're just lower. They're just worse than the Shaman ones. They just don't do as much. What Necro does bring crit chance, dot crit chance to the table, which is nice, but it's only an extra 6%. So it's not like super game changing. But yeah, if you just look at the actual spells themselves. So you have Envenom Bolt is like the capstone Necro dot that you get at level 50. Shaman gets the same spell at 49. So you already have this. You don't need Necro for it. And then Plague, the level 52 Plague, Shaman gets this at 49. The best disease that you get as Necro is Scourge, which is a level 35. It's 100 damage. I mean, it's fine, but like, yeah, the Shaman one's better. Necro gets a Systole, which is cool because it lowers the boss's strength and possibly lowers their AC. I don't know if the tooltip is bugged. So like, this is a nice debuff, but in terms of actual like damage over time, not great. Ignite Blood, solid. Some bosses are resistant to fire, so can't use it on Nagi, can't use it on CT. 120 damage. It's fine. 200 mana. It's not amazing, right? Like, and then the Shaman equivalent to this at level 43 is Odium. Does 3 times as much damage. and only costs like 100 more mana. Maybe it costs twice as much mana, but it's worth it, whatever it is. Yeah, so it costs twice as much mana, but it does almost 3 times as much damage. The Necro one might last a little longer. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it lasts a couple ticks longer. No, it's the wrong spell. Yeah, it lasts a couple ticks longer, but still. The damage on Odium is so high. And, you know, there's some bosses that... Most bosses that you fight, you're going to be able to land it pretty consistently. It's one of the only dots you can land consistently on Inaruk. You can use Odium. You can use Odium on just about every raid target, now that I think about it. Probably Eye of Vishan, you'd have trouble. But you can use it on CT, you can use it on NE, you can use it on the dragons. Then you have Chilling Embrace, which, you know, again, it's another like mid-30s dot. It's fine, but I just think these two are so strong. Curious what Tuesday's patch notes will be. More Beast Lord buffs. I feel like Puma should probably have gone to Druids. Yeah, something. Beast Lords. They should have given Puma to Beast Lords. Can't tell if I like Rogue over Monk for a Shaman Pally. I think Rogue needs a little something. It feels like Monk is kind of just better right now. Rogue feels like the melee DPS that you throw on your build if you need a third and you already have Monk. It doesn't really feel like you would ever put it in above Monk anywhere. Moving around using mouse look sometimes my character turns and runs in a direction, not a stun. Just from moving around out of combat. I don't think I've seen that. Every once in a while, when I first launched the game, about like 2 minutes into entering the game, it will freeze for a few seconds. But other than that, it's usually pretty smooth. When Necro gets splurt spells, they start doing a lot of damage. That was Kunark. Yeah, I really expected the Necro dots to be juicier, but I guess I'm just used to level 60. Necro has one dot that Shaman doesn't have, which is a decent pet. Shaman does have a decent pet. I think it's the Warder. It's fine. I mean, the Necro pet might be a little stronger, but it's not nearly enough to bridge the gap. Best race for Paladin? Whichever fashion you like the most. Your Paladin race choice literally doesn't matter at all. The only race choices that matter are Ogre and Ixar. If you're not going to pick one of those two, it doesn't matter what you pick. Pick whatever you think looks the coolest. Paladin Ogre. You can do Paladin Ogre, but you have to do some shenanigans. You have to go and unlock another race before level 11 so that you can be a Paladin primary, or if you could just make a Paladin secondary. But if you want Paladin to be your primary as Ogre, you gotta do some shenanigans. Druids could use something to help boost casters, healers, to differentiate him. They have the 4% spell crit, which is cool because it's both heals and nukes. But yeah, I think they need more. That 4% could be like 10%. Between Paladin, Shaman, Necro, and Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter, which do you think is best? If you're Charming, you go with Enchanter for sure. If not Charming, I would go with Necro. It'll give you more consistent mana regen. It'll give you stronger dots. That's about it. Banshee Aura. This is kind of the same as the... Enchanter gets a spell called Feedback, which is about the same damage as Banshee Aura. Banshee Aura is a little bit better. The life tap on Necro is kind of good, too. It's not amazing, but it's free health. But if you're going to Charm, Enchanter is hard to beat. Charmed pets are crazy strong now. Would Warrior, Shaman, Enchanter be almost as good as Paladin? Yeah, I think it would be very, very good. The reason I like Paladin is because you have the mana regen to sustain your smite in that build, so you might as well use it. But you can do Warrior, and it'd still be really strong. If my goal is chasing white damage, what is the combo you guys are doing for leveling? For leveling, I mean, if you want big numbies, then you do Berserker Warrior, because Warrior has crit damage AAs now that it gets for free, and then you use like a fatty two-hander with Berserker, and get some big crits. If you just mean like DPS wise, Monk plus anything. Monk Ranger's really good because Ranger's bringing you strike through and attack bonus AAs. But yeah, Monk plus like any melee DPS is going to be really good. Monk plus Warrior is really good if you want to live. And then, of course, your third is going to be, you guessed it, Shaman. You'll need it for the stamina regen and the haste and all the stat buffs and everything, and the heals. You'll need it for literally everything in the game, because that's what it does. You guys believe that they put a class in the game that just does literally everything? Watching while I'm playing, good background noise? Thanks, I strive to be good background noise. My ex used to tell me that. She used to tell me I was good background noise. What about Monk, Zerk, Ranger, since I'd be in a 3-stack? It's good. The problem is your Ranger doesn't get endurance regen until 50. So you're out of stamina all the time with that build. But before you run out of stamina, you'd be pumping. You could do that if you're playing with like a Shaman buddy. Then you could run Monk, Zerk, or Ranger. Do you predict playing an evil race complicating the Paladin class? I don't think so. I haven't tried... I mean, the only real thing to consider would be the Soulfire quests. And I don't know how much of a pain that is to do as an evil race. I have not tried it. But I'm sure there's ways. You could just like swap to a rogue and sneak, or you could swap to an enchanter maybe and do some illusions. I'm sure there's ways to work around it. You can just unlock all the races. You can also just unlock another race. Yeah, that is true. And then finish the quest and then swap back. Shaman with Torport 60 gonna be hard to beat. It's already hard to beat. I dropped down to 90 an hour. Oh, I'm slacking. I'm not locked in, you guys. At this pace, we're not going to be 48 for 32 more minutes. That is not correct. I don't know why it can't. It cannot figure out how many minutes till the next level. I don't know what level it thinks I am. I should probably heal. Okay, defensive stance. We flew too close to the sun. I was trying to put Venom of the Snake on all 6 mobs. I almost got him. Even my pet's getting bodied from all the cleaves. Live Canantic. Okay, we did it. Back up to 95%. We saved the pace. Now it says 26 minutes. Not. Wait, maybe it is correct. Wait, I was looking at my endurance. Okay, no. I think 26 minutes is correct. Before the nerf Shaman. I mean, that's... Bro, I've been talking smack about Shaman being overpowered all day, every day. Hopefully they nerf it. But then people are going to blame me. No, I don't think I'm that influential. Just got Fiery Avenger on my XR Paladin, was no problem. Did you just like walk into Kinos as a XR and get that done, or what did you have to do anything to make it work? What is AA cap? I don't think there is one. Is there one? You can buy all spells at the XR outpost. Rogue Sneak works, and you can change it in the outposts. Yeah, buying spells isn't too bad. It's just quests would be the only thing that come to mind when it comes to being an evil paladin. Specifically the Soulfire. I mean, I think the Soulfire quest is really the only one you care about. Soulfire / Fiery Avenger. AA caps when you buy them all. When you buy every AA? Like in the whole game? Or just like what's available to your current trio? Every AA in the whole game and then it caps? That does kind of make sense that it would cap at that point. So that people don't just have like 8,000 AAs ready for Kunark. don't buy the last AA and keep going? Whoa. Is that how that works? That's sneaky. Slightly obvious too, though. I feel like they probably thought of that. You make more money from Twitch or YouTube? It depends. If I'm actually making YouTube videos, then YouTube. But I don't always make YouTube videos. The Twitch live stream definitely pays more than the YouTube live stream. You know what makes the most money of all of them? Kick. I have like 4 viewers on Kick, and I get so much ad revenue. I don't know how they pay people so much on Kick, dude. I'm so tempted to be like a full-time Kick Andy. I don't know if people would actually watch me over there, though. Oh god, I'm gonna die. This is too much. Abort. Abort. Pretend you're dead. They won't know. Don't do it, Laverne. Oh, what an... You see him just come from downtown and ruin my whole plan? He's dead anyways. I'm out of here. There's many Discord threads dedicated to bringing on Shaman's demise. So it's not just me. Okay, good. I feel validated. Yeah, buff Shadow Knight, buff Beast Lord, nerf Shaman, and then nerf Shaman again, and then nerf Shaman a third time. Buff Druid, and then buff Beast Lord a second time, and then buff Shadow Knight. Like 1.5 times. And I think we're pretty good. Buff Rogue. Just a little bit. Buff Rogue, like, just a little bit. I was thinking about making a tier list before launch, but I feel like it would just make people hate me no matter what I put on there. Actually, streamer, you're very wrong about... You said that this class was B tier, and it's actually A tier, and you only think it's B tier because you're bad. Should I do it anyways? Give me the ads. What up, Windsor? Do I even serve ads on Kick? I don't even know. I don't know where the money comes from. They just, like, pay me for people lurking on Kick. I don't even think I serve ads over there. I only serve ads on YouTube or on Twitch because they literally make me. Do you guys on YouTube get ads? I hope they do something with Beast Lord's pet before launch. It's so mediocre. They tried, but I think it kind of backfired. They, like, gave it a different secondary class, but now it just, like, spams the wrong spells, I guess. I don't think they're done with it, though. I think they're going to do something else for sure with Beast Lord. I think they've said as much. Haven't got ads yet on Kick. No ads on YouTube either. Yeah, that's okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's Twitch doesn't give me the option. I went like 7 years without serving a single ad on Twitch, and then one day they were just like, "Hey, you either have to serve ads, or we are going to automatically serve ads to people when they first click on your stream." And I'm like, "Okay, well, no one who like hasn't watched my stream before is gonna click on me and then sit there for 2 minutes. They're just gonna click off and go do something else. So now I have to serve ads once an hour to avoid that." Use YouTube Premium. Oh yeah, you definitely won't get it if you have Premium, but I think regular YouTube viewers don't get it either, right? They're better than they've seen. The issue is Beast Lord's kit is subpar to Mage or Necro or even Druid. Yeah, or even Shaman. Why does Shaman even get a pet? It's too much. I don't think they'll nerf it because they nerfed melee scaling in the last beta. Were you guys here for this yet? This was like a little while ago, but they so you know how your weapons gain 10% damage per level? They changed it to 5% per level, which is still plenty. And bro, it was like non-stop meltdowns in Discord. You guys said you weren't gonna nerf. You said buffs only. People were so upset that they were doing like, you know, 7% less DPS on their overpowered melee classes. So they put the melee scaling back, and then they rushed the spell upgrades to try to like even things out that way. Because melee was outperforming casters so badly. Which did work. The spell upgrades are really good. And now Shaman is even better. Now Shaman is even bester than before. If you rate SK too low, people get mad because SK Enchanter Wizard is a thing. Triple Arcane, Master Invocation. Is it a thing? I don't think that's a thing in D4. That might be a thing in like D0, D1. Beast Lord pets go because their mana regen is bugged. It kind of feels like all the pets' mana is bugged. I had to give, when I was playing Enchanter, I had to like give my pet clarity or else its mana would just like sit near 0 all the time. In terms of priests, they can give druids the row line of debuffs, make it similar in effectiveness of slow. Yeah, I gotta give it something. I gotta give druids something. Maybe they just give druids triple attack. How do we think about that? What's a good class to pair with Paladin? Enchanter or Necro are both really good options because they will give you a lot more mana regen, which you need as a Paladin because you're constantly burning your mana with Smite. Shaman is good because it pairs with everything. Monk is really good. You've got the Lay on Hands and the Mend, so you'll stay alive really easily, and then the Monk will also give you triple attacks, so you'll smite more often. Ranger is good because it'll give you attack bonuses, so your smites will land more often. Those are probably the best ones that I can think of. Paladin, Enchanter, Monk is crazy strong. Paladin, Enchanter, Shaman is also crazy strong. Those are like the two best builds in the game right now. Necro and Mage pets don't go fast. It's particularly the Beast pets. I wonder if that's because... No, I guess it wouldn't be the classes. Well, the Mage pet can be either what, like a Wizard or a Ranger? The Rogue one wouldn't have mana, and the Monk wouldn't have mana. Yeah, I'm not sure. I do remember my Enchanter pet being like all the time though, because I was like, why isn't he healing me? And it was because he was which is probably kind of balanced. Having your pet funnel heals into you is kind of really good. Is there one or two silly OP combos at the moment? No, there's like 12 really OP combos right now. The problem is Shaman. Like, Shaman makes everything OP, so... There's like 20 OP combos. It's like Shaman plus anything. To give Druid a castable Spirit of Wood or short reuse AA. What does that do? Fire Pet likes to spam root instead of nuking. Yeah, that's Wizard AI for you. The Wizard bosses like to do that too, which can't really complain about. Much rather get rooted than ice commented, but it is a little silly. What's your preference with Enchanter Cleric, SK, Warrior, or Monk? For Enchanter Cleric, I'd probably just go Monk. I mean, the Cleric will bring the tankiness there. So I'd probably just focus on getting as much damage as I can. If you go Warrior, you're gonna be fine. A little slower. I don't think I would do SK. I think SK is just bad right now. Maybe with Cleric SK it would be okay. Like, Reeve is just so costly. If there was one combo that would make Reeve worth it, it would be Cleric. But I haven't tried that combo personally. What level do Necropets get dual wields? I don't know. I want to say like 15 or 20. I know the first couple pets don't have it, but I don't exactly remember when little guy started swinging his offhand. Fucking Warrior Mage Shaman, it's going well. Yeah, I leveled this guy with SK Mage Shaman. And it was really good. And if I was a warrior, I'm pretty sure it would have been better. Shaman Mage is a fantastic leveling comp. Spirit of Wood places a protective buff that provides the heal over time, damage shield, and AC boost. SK Cleric, Shaman is strong, even without the candy bug. Yeah, I could see that working. I mean, I don't know. It feels like you're better off just swapping the SK to another tank than swapping the Cleric to another DPS, and then like letting the Shaman stay, and it's just gonna be better all around. You don't really need a healer with Shaman if you also have a tank. Like, tank plus Shaman is plenty. So, I feel like I'd rather just put a DPS in that third slot. I use shield with two-handed weapon on my low-level necro. It's nice. He kicks and bashes and cleaves. Use shield with two-handed weapon? Does he bashes with two-hand? The warrior's better. Crucial, the warrior's a lot better. Yeah, SK was pretty underwhelming. I'm gonna level to 50 and do one more test. I think it'll be a little bit better at 50 because Vampiric Embrace just doesn't really proc at level 46. So I'm gonna do another test at 50, but yeah, so far the warrior feels a lot better. What's your opinion on Warrior, Shaman, Necro? It's like probably top 3 builds in the whole game. It's crazy good. Top 10 for sure. Maybe not top 3. There's 560 combos, so top 10 is still pretty damn good. Warrior takes 10% less damage in 8, which makes it superior to most of their tanks. It is noticeably tankier, although having lay on hands does keep up pretty good in terms of keeping you alive compared to the warrior. Especially if you're combining the paladin with another melee like monk or ranger. You're getting a lot of smites. That lay on hand is coming up pretty often. Paladin Enchanter Monk was super cozy. Did that last beta and killed D4 Kazakh, like +2 Ghoulbane. Really underwhelming gear. Very, very comfortable kills on D4 bosses. If you equip shield before to a weapon, he'll use it. If you equip it first, the weapon won't work. That's cheating! I'm telling secrets. Don't know which is better, but I enjoyed actually playing Warrior more. More than Shadow Knight or more than Pally? Warrior is kind of a vibe. It was my favorite class in actual EQ Classic. I miss those Kunark weapons though, dude. We need them Warrior Kunark weapons. Warrior, I didn't realize how bad Warrior level 50 weapons are, like in the original vanilla game. Because I didn't make it to max level in vanilla. More than SK and Pally. On the fence whether the warrior or monk primary. Is warrior, do you prefer two-hand over dual wields? No. The only time I would two-hand on the warrior is if you are also playing Berserker. Or maybe endgame with the Sky two-hander. For leveling, well, no, I could see, because for leveling your dual wield, we were talking about this earlier, your dual wield's not that good in the early levels, so I could see two-handing for the early levels as well. Yeah, I take it back. I think I do like two-handing for warrior. I would say once you get into like raid levels, I think one-handing is better. Although the exception to that might be the Sky two-hander. I also think just sword and board is really good when you first start raiding, but it depends on what your other classes are. Only time I used two-handed on warrior was tanking AOW. Well, Cleave is just flat damage. Like it's the same cooldown no matter what, so it doesn't care about the delay on your weapon, it only cares about damage. So if you get like a slow chunky two-hander with Warrior and you're pulling multiple mobs, it's pretty nice. Like for leveling, it's pretty nice. Kind of what we're doing right now. You can do the same thing with Monk though. Monk gets round kick. It's not quite as good, but you can still kind of AoE with Monk too. Nice thing about Paladin, Monk, Enchanter is for melee you can auto-activate abilities, focus more on Enchanter and improve what it brings. Yeah, which is good because Enchanter takes a lot of focus. Enchanter takes like all your focus, especially if you're Charming. I guess if you're not Charming, it's not that complicated, but if you are Charming, there's a lot to monitor. You're doing a lot of stance dancing in that build too. Yeah, the Sky Berserker two-hand, absolutely. If you're playing Berserker, yeah, go two-hand. But if it's just Warrior, I think you could still level with a two-hander. It kind of just depends on what you're, like, where you're at and what you loot. Go Warrior, Cleric, Enchanter, or Monk, Cleric, Enchanter. Tested Warrior version in beta to level 25. DPS was lacking, which is why I was thinking Monk. Yeah, I think Monk would be fine for that. Because the Cleric is bringing you so much survivability. I mean, Cleric's got plate. It's not as good as Warrior plate, but it's going to give you some plate, and then it's going to give you Promise Renewal. I don't know. I think Cleric is kind of like any situation where I'm looking at Cleric, I'm kind of like, why don't I just play Paladin instead? And then I don't even need a tank. As long as you have a slower in your comp, it's good enough. What server will you join for live launch? I think I'll just stick on Rivervale. I haven't really seen much discussion about it. I think Rivervale is like the cringe streamer server, so I'll probably just play that one. I don't know why they have servers. I do find it a little odd. I don't see the logic behind it. I feel like they should just let everyone play together. Because they already have like layers. They already have like multiple zones if an area gets too crowded, so I don't know why they wouldn't just let us all play together. There's a software limitation. I mean, on the TLP servers, do they split it up into like 6 different chunks, or what is? I thought they already like kind of had this solved. Well, maybe on TLP it could be different because if they're not instancing, but like for this they're instancing, so I don't see why it matters. Like just cap the public instances to like 30 people or whatever, and then spin up a new one. I don't see how there could possibly be software limitations because right now each individual player is usually making their own instance at any given time. So like public instances would not even be a drop in the bucket compared to that. I don't know why they wouldn't just be able to get everyone in the same mega server. Cleric plate isn't that great. It provides the same mitigation soft cap as Monk. Yeah, honestly, I think Cleric is kind of like more of a play with your homies class in this. I don't think it's that great for soloing. It was really popular last beta because people were doing Warrior Cleric together. But now that Shaman has Slug's healing, Cleric is kind of redundant. Like, you just put Shaman in every builds, and you never die, and you don't need a Cleric anymore. And it hits way harder. It's funny because, like, last beta, Cleric healing was way ahead of everyone, but now the Cleric healing is... I mean, it's still ahead, but it's not, like, ahead enough to make me want to play Cleric. You know what I mean? THJ had it figured out. They didn't poach those people, so they threw their toys out of the sandbox. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't poach them. I just don't, in general, I mean, THJ or no THJ, I think most games nowadays understand that the better way of doing... I mean, even RuneScape knows this. That game's old as shit. Like, just create a bunch of channels and let people move between them. It's not that big of a deal. What's the Sky two-hander called? The Warrior one is called Fangle. The Berserker one is called Cudgel of the Fool. Trying to decide between Warrior Necro Shaman and Paladin Necro Shaman. They're both so strong, dude. They're both so strong. Go just play whichever one you think is cooler. I think the Paladin's probably stronger, but they're both so strong you won't have issues either way. Starting Druid over Shaman to 25 and swapping into Shaman and pushing 50. Just remember, you're going to have to go back to level 10 when you do that. So, it is a bit of a time sink. I personally like leveling to like 46, 47 first, getting some Plains gear, and then going back and leveling the Druid. Which is way faster. But it depends on how much traveling you think you're going to be doing. We get a bunch of juicy stuff at 48, boys. Let's take a look. That's actually a big level. We get Lich, huge. We get the final pet, I think. Yeah, there he is. We get a bigger life tap. Massive level for Necro. I think Shaman gets some stuff at 48 too, but that doesn't matter. Shaman's already 50. Reset our tracker, see how long it's going to take to hit 49. I'm going to have to reset it again because I'm miming spells. You guys want to see some Quasi mana regen? Watch this. Whoa! Watch this. Oh! 88 per tick. That's illegal. And we don't even have to be ugly. Okay, so we can use... I don't think I can stick this in here. Let's do this. Okay, I've been holding on to this Necro Pet Focus for a long time. Just in case we decided to level Necro, and we did. We leveled in Necro. Here we are, finally. See what kind of stats this guy comes out with. 5.5k health. That's pretty good. It's a lot more than he had before. Why is he missing gear? Who took my pet's gear away? Also, why can't he use Pauldrons of Power anymore? This is a Shadow Knight item. He should be able to use it. Slot is disabled? Oh, it's because we're doing the goofy... Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about that. That'll get fixed when we go back to you, Shaman. I don't know what I had here. I don't know why that's blank. That got messed up when I swapped loadouts. Probably went to storage. Slave travels. Ice belt maybe? This one's kind of juicy. Can you wear this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at all those stats. Stamina doesn't do anything, so this is pretty good. I think strength, agility, and dex would do something? Question mark. Resist and AC are good too. We'll give him that. Alright, let's get rid of the book. We do not want to engage in combat with polar bears while holding a book. Even though that is kind of a vibe. Okay, and then we got the new life tap. 400. This thing's gonna crit so hard. Last one was already critting for 1,000. All right, John a cab. Let's do this. Let's reset that timer again. Oh, look at him go. He's doing 200 DPS. That's not accurate. That'll go down. That's a lot, though. What did he just do? Did he just harm touch? Bro, he's blasting. He's kicking for 53. Look at him go. Can he sustain at 60? We haven't even upgraded this guy yet. Hold on. That's what I should do. I didn't even give him a buff. What am I doing? Okay, he can be way stronger still. All right. Hold on. Let's kill that one. I'm gonna have to reset the timer again. Let's get some motes. Let's get like 7 of these. Should I do more? Yeah, let's do more. What do I need? 8 more? Yeah, okay, there we go. Invoke Death IV. Now he's got 6.5k health. Wow, okay, that's a lot more. Level 45. Wait, I don't even have the thing. Hold on, cancel. God, I'm wasting so many bone chips in this economy. That's crazy. Never gonna financially recover from this. Okay, we got the thing on. $6.8k. That's not that much more. That's pretty good though. Okay, let's see what he does now. Let's properly buff him up. With Shaman buffs, he'll be even stronger. I mean, he just has the one little Necro buff now. Let's see what he can do. Reset this. 861 DPS. Why get Plains gear when Revamp Zone gear is better? Revamp Zone gear is not better than Plains gear. Calm down. Calm down. It's better than everything until Plains. It's better than all the gear you would get from, like, Guck, but it is not better than planar gear. Relax. Land hand seems really nice. Warrior gets dual wield. Yeah, but Paladin gets smite. That's going to do more damage than your dual wield will. Was the ogre or the skelly ugly? What are you trying to say about my ogre? At least my toes are covered on this build. Are you doing paladin or warrior first? Me? Like on launch, I'm gonna main paladin for sure. I love paladin on this server. It's so good. I had a great time with it last beta. Will it take the necropet to +7 More's wastes? Why exactly 7? Just like diminishing returns, or does something cut off at that level? You can get into level 50 with the focus and upgraded spells. I think so. Is there still a limit where the pet can only go up to your level -1? Or can you get rid of that with focus effect? Bro, this is life tab. 1235 damage. Doesn't cleave kind of suck without two-hander? Yeah. Kind of sucks with a two-hander as well. It is nice for leveling, though. It's nice for hitting multiple targets. Pets do not benefit from moats if they can't level up. For max level Necropet, it's +7 with focus, +8 without focus. Well, it's level 4 right now. So, level 8 would put it at 49. Oh, never mind. He's 46. So level 8 would put him at 50. That's really good, dude. That's really good. Look at him. Look at him over there doing 60 DPS. If he only does 60 DPS to raid bosses, I'm still pretty happy with that. That's pretty juicy. We'll be able to give him Puma, too. It's level -1 even with focus? Ah. I thought you got the extra level from the focus. Okay, so even with the focus, so the focus means that you don't have, you can level it one less time and get the same effect. I see what you're saying. Getting way more procs now, dude. I don't know. Maybe by the time we hit 50, Shadow Knight will come around again. If we can properly get... The thing is, like, someone was saying that they were averaging a Vampiric Embrace once every 27 seconds. If that's what we actually get against D4 CT, that's not going to be enough to justify SK over Warrior. It's, like, not even close. Leveling hella fast now. 120% per hour? That's probably going to stop. I think we're about to run out of mobs. Focus is more than just +1 level? Yeah, it gives them more, like, strength and stuff too, right? I said focus gives boost other than level. The question is, do spell levels give him boosts other than level? Probably not. They're probably tied together. How's Monk versus Warrior for DPS and survival? Well, the Warrior is definitely better for survival, and the Monk is definitely better for DPS. But they're both pretty good at both. It's going to depend on what you're combining it with. Does that mean I can get a mage fire pet to cast ice comets? What level's ice comet? Is it 49? They like, it seems like they like to cast whatever the highest level spell they can access is. So if you get it at exactly 49. Yeah, I think so. Water pet's still gonna be better though. The water pet's so good, dude. Is there a root at level 49? It's gonna use that instead. What's the highest level root the wizard gets? What level is it getting still? I can only see the necro version. Wizard NPCs love spamming instill. You need 230 dex to cap proc PPM. Now, do we know that for EQL, or are we just saying that because that's how it works on retail AQ? I don't know. I don't know. Unless the devs have confirmed it, I don't know about that. There's so many things on this server where people are like, no, this is how it works. This is how it works in Everquest. And then on this server, it's just different. They've changed it. Fire pet casts root more than the earth pet. I love the water pet on mage. It was so good. I would never use anything else. I tried the air pet for a little bit. It was fine. It doesn't mend itself, so what's the point? Water pet backstabs, so good. What is zone you're killing bears in? This is permafrost. We are just around the corner from Lady Vox. This got way easier. I think we should probably go back to the hole. Got a huge power spike at 48. Max level mage, fire pet, cast rend. I guess in theory it should be able to cast rend and ice comet, right? It's probably similar. I mean, if it's similar to wizard AI from mobs, which I'm sure it is, I'm sure it's the same, then yeah, it'll ice comet, Elnerix, rend, instill, but most of the time it's just instill. Mana detonation. It might throw in some mana detonation. It might knock the mob across the room. Does it do that? Has anyone seen it cast a mana detonation? Do the ogres ever get a helm that covers their face? I don't think, like, one as cool as the guards. I don't think you get a helmet as cool as the guards. That helmet is really sick. Velius, they do? Velius plate? Who's got the best plate helm in the game? I gotta go with Dwarf. The Froglock one's pretty dope. I kind of like the Froglock leather hat better, though. When it's 230 dex, it's been tested numbers on the CB Discord. What is CB? Oh, closed beta. Okay. I'm gonna have to look that up. Who posted it, do you know? Gnome Velius goggles. Gnome and plate mail is pretty sick. we're back to 90 an hour. There's not enough mobs to go higher. I think it's time to migrate. Magician Epic held up for a few expansions. Alright, boys. I'm going to call it here. I'm just going to be grinding for the next couple hours anyways. So, I'm going to call it here. We're going to pick up tomorrow at level 50. And we will do one more final test of Warrior versus Shadow Knights. And then we're going to play around with some, whichever one is better, which I think it's going to be Warrior, but we'll give Shadow Knight a fair chance at level 50 just to get the procs to work and everything. And then I'm gonna play around with Warrior Berserker Shaman and see if we can get kills in Berserker stance. So that's gonna be tough. So I'll see you guys then. Thanks for watching. Shout out to all the YouTube people. We had a bunch of people on YouTube today. Good to see you guys. And then yeah, pick up tomorrow early in the afternoon. Level 50, Warrior, Shaman, Necro, SK, Shaman, Necro. See who finally wins. Probably Warrior. And then we'll do Warrior, Shaman, Berserker in Berserker stance just as hard mode to see if we can pull it off somehow. So I will see you guys then. Let's go raid somebody on Twitch. Later Wheezy, love the EQ streams. Thanks, Grillin. Okay, we're gonna go raid Nighttime. He's probably my favorite. He's so good. I love this guy's stream. Go visit Nighttime. Is he still doing the hardcore thing? He's doing hardcore with the Wheel of Death that nerfs his character. So that's pretty entertaining. Go check him out. Nice guy. Ask him your questions. And I will catch you guys tomorrow.